Nyaa! You've been hacked by the powerful and tubular Maine Coon hacker! Oh god, I have her. Chiaki Katsumi here to steal your data and your heart! Hi. Hello. I heard her. Yeah, I heard her. I heard the double Chiaki. I did. I heard it. That's right. There you go. There you go. Hello. Hi. We return. Once again with Fire Emblem Heroes. Because I did a breakdown of book 1 and book 2. Unfortunately, I didn't finish the not a infographic? I don't think infographic is the right word either. For book 4, because I had to like read the dialogue like a bunch of times because it kept getting me confused, and I was like, wait, what? And I finished up until like chapter 11, not fully chapter 11. There's 13 chapters in book 4. I have up until chapter 11 there. There was a wiki synopsis. I have to read pretty much like every dialogue from like every chapter because there's not really like proper synopsis out there. So I have to I have to read pretty much all the dialogues in each chapter. Chapter 11. That's almost all of it. That's almost all of it. And then we're still on book 1? No, there was already a stream on book 1 and book 2. This is book 3 and book 4. I am not going over the epilogues because that's extra stuff and I'm not really gonna go over that. Because I know the books have epilogues that were released much later. I'm not touching the epilogues. I'm not going over the epilogues because I feel it's just gonna be confusing and yeah. Because they kind of like mention like the gods that are kind of just like mentioned in passing and I feel like it just makes things more confusing. They released the epilogues till later. They were originally not released around the same time as the chapters. I should forgot to tell you one funny thing for book 3. There's actually a small synopsis, but it's just because the main theme song for the book spoils most of the plot. Yeah, I mean, book 3, like, I kind of, like, vaguely remembered more about it. Book 4, I never really, like, finished reading about it. So, I kind of had to, like, for book 4, it was a bit, I guess, harder. But yeah, I kind of have to, like, what's it called? I guess summarize a lot, because there's kind of a lot of, like, it gets very verbose. I don't know how to explain that. Yeah, the epilogues were at least like 4 years later. Exactly. As Chiaki ever said the line, Fire Emblem Heroes. The Fire Emblem Heroes. They usually say Fire Emblem Heroes. Yeah, the Fire Emblem Heroes line. Yeah, they kind of like add like a lot of like flashbacks in between or things that just like never come up again until like way later. And stuff like that, I kind of just like didn't add it because I didn't think it would be very important for the main context. Speaking of which, we're keeping the mysterious Chiaki today with a mask. Maybe. Maybe so, maybe so. I wonder, can I speedrun for this in book 4? I'm like in the middle of chapter 11. Is the main story still in development while there's epilogues? I think they were just made later to kind of like provide more context, but funny part is they're super verbose, but also very little at the same time. Yeah. Yeah, they're kind of like that. They kind of like say a lot, but also like not a lot at the same time. It's kind of like how it is. Game style becomes increasingly like that. Yeah, like I think book 4 took me longer because I feel like I started zoning out through like a big chunk of it. Like I was reading through it and I was just like zoning out. I was just like, what's going on in this thing? Yeah, I think I have like a bunch of tabs of like things I had to look up. Because like the dialogue doesn't really like explain some things. Yeah, they really do have so much lore. We have been able to only go through one book per stream. Yeah. And I'm waiting for zoning out. Yeah. It gets pretty crazy. Pretty crazy stuff. You had to watch gameplay? No, I didn't watch any of the gameplay. I watched the cutscenes, like the midpoint cutscene, the ending cutscene and stuff like that. But I didn't really watch gameplay now. Cause someone like did full transcripts of like the conversations of each chapter. So I don't have to like watch gameplay from them. I've pretty much been using the transcripts because I found transcripts. I didn't really find like a plot summary, so I found like the full-on chapter transcripts, which is what I've been using to make these. Story cutscenes are like the one thing heroes put a modicum of effort into. Yeah. But it's really nice. Just keep having to search for all the missing lore. Yeah. Book 4, I had to Google like what some of the things meant because I know it's more heavily inspired by Norse mythology than the other books. Like the other books do have like the inspiration, but I feel book 4 is like way more. So I actually had to like Google what some of these things mean. You will see that in parentheses I kind of have like a, I guess like notes of like how to pronounce things because I looked at it and I was like, how do you even say that? They went all in the Nordic jargon. They did. They did. The cutscenes I think is made by the same animator as Awakening. Are they? Every book after book 4 is gonna have a ton of Norse influence too. So good luck. Oh boy. Oh boy. I guess they really went heavy with the Norse influence, huh? It be what it be. Be what it be. But yeah, it gets pretty crazy. I tried to like make it as concise as possible. But it does get pretty crazy. I say book 4 is the most convoluted. Book 7 with its time travel plot is pretty close. Yeah, Anima incorporated Diff Family Heroes and Awakening cutscenes. So that's why the style looks similar. Because I remember when I saw the cutscenes in like Heroes, I was like, it kind of reminds me of like Awakening. But I wasn't sure if it was like the same team. Like the style reminded me a lot of it, but I was like, is it the same team? I mean, the mecha chapters related somehow to Norse mythology? I'm not sure about the mecha chapters. I'm sure you did a great job. We saw the little segment of book 3 you posted. Yeah, I tried like including when there was something I guess like relevant with like a character, I tried including like a picture and put like some information about them. Like, oh, they reveal X, Y, Z, or they did this thing to kind of like, I guess help with explanations, question mark? It's the same character designer from Awakening as well, which is why it feels weird. It feels so out of place. Wait, did they design like all the original characters? Because some of them, I don't know. I felt like some of these character designs don't really feel Fire Emblem. I saw the cutscene so Fire Emblem Heroes and immediately noticed it being Awakening. I was surprised to find out they also made the animation for 3D anime Berserk. Not all of the OCs. Oh no, not all of them. That makes sense, yeah. Because, like, I look at some of these and was like, this doesn't look like Fire Emblem. Not the Berserk anime. But Awakening actually has good animation there. Oh no. I controlled Z too much. Okay, there you go. It does feel Fire Emblem here has some other artists. They do have, like, a bunch of artists, especially for, like, all the different, like, characters and all like the different like special, like, oh, Christmas special, Bride, summer, Halloween, Christmas, you know, all the events. Like evil is a theme. Like every character but their evil version. Yeah, I'd assume they had a bunch of guest artists like how Xenoblade did it. I know Heroes does have a bunch of guest artists. There are 3 different character designers for Fire Emblem Heroes' original characters: Yosuke, Kosaki, Yoshiku, and Mashima Shigeki. So it's between 3 of them. Kosaki designed the Asker 3, Bruno, Veronica, but then took a long break until book 5. I see. Interesting. So he wasn't around until book 5. Yeah, the Fallen Banner is just done by Evil in Purple. Yeah, the Evil in Purple sword. Yeah. I remember. Okay, Evil in Purple? Yeah, I mean, usually the colors associated with, like, evil are usually, like, red and purplish, I would say. Like, usually, whenever they want to do, like, evil in, like, video games and stuff, they're like, oh yeah, red, purple. Fates made Purple smoke the evil thing, and Heroes ran with it. Was that Fates? I think Awakening also had, like, purple stuff, wasn't it? Weren't the Risen kind of, like, purplish? I think it was, like, a more, like, duller purple. But I think Awakening also had, like, purple as, like, an evil color. From what I remember. Like, I think Grima was kind of, like, purplish black, yeah. Yeah, purple has always been associated with things like poison and death, so it makes sense. Yeah. I think Risen were purple. Yeah, like I think it's been since Awakening, I think. I don't remember the old games using like purple as an evil color. Unless you count Sacred Stones. Technically, I guess I mean maybe Sacred Stones. maybe Sacred Stones can kinda count. Maybe. I was literally going to put down Leon. Listen. They added Fomortis as a unit. They give it Christmas salt. Wait, who's Fomortis again? Fomortis. Is that like an evil dragon thing? Oh, that's the demon that Leon has, right? Honestly, I just call him Demon King. I forget that his true name is Fomortis. I always just called him... Oh yeah, it's the Demon King. I was like, who? Mortis is Leon's pet demon, yeah. I kind of forget his actual name because I've always just called him like, oh yeah, the Demon King. Didn't you say they gave the Demon King a Christmas salt? Why? Either way, Yaki, by looking at this stuff you showed to us before, I know you'll do amazing. It'll be a real treat for us. I couldn't dismiss it when you did work so hard. Aw, thank you. And Blazing Blade, the evil organization, is also purple. Did Blazing Blade had purple on it? To be fair, I never really fully played Blazing Blade. So, maybe it did. I guess so? Maybe purple just has been, like, a thing in Fire Emblem for a while. Doesn't Eden have purple smoke, the final boss of Binding Blade? Does he? Also got out to potential choose your legends votes and got some of the most votes of anyone from Sacred Stones. Ah, Fomortis. He looks like a Digimon. Not a Digimon, like a Yu-Gi-Oh character because of like the overly design. Yeah, I guess anyone who wears like a purple dress is considered evil then. I don't think even the game refers to Demon King that much as Fomortis. I don't remember hearing him being called as Fomortis. I always remember him being called Demon King. So that's why when I hear his name, I'm just like, wait, who? I actually think purple is always Effie's evil color, since I think even Medea's was purple all the way back in the OG Fire Emblem. I think so. I think it's just always been like the Fire Emblem evil color. Okay, Loki, look at his design. He actually does look like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. I'm telling you, he looks like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. If you look at his hero's art, he looks like a Yu-Gi-Oh card. It does look like Yu-Gi-Oh. Final Fantasy summon as Bahamut. He looks like an archfiend monster. Also, recently been looking into Fire Emblem Heroes means all the biggest being that somehow 3 houses keeps winning. Choose your legend spots while Engage still has no. Man, that's sad. Oh no. That's actually very sad. I mean, I guess no one wants like special Aleer. Man. I mean, I guess not even because Choose Your Legends is like international, right? Like from what I remember, Choose Your Legends was an international thing. Like it's not only in the West. Yeah, it is. So not even Japan? Oh, that's sad. That's actually sad. Like I thought maybe Aleer was like bigger in Japan, but like they usually have like 4 Aleers already. What? You don't want more? Are you saying you don't want more Aleers? Perish the thought. Come to think of it, there's an FE card game, but it never came to the West. Yeah, I've seen it around, but it never came to the West, which is really unfortunate. They don't even want the boring, easy to self-insert character. Yeah, I don't know. Aleer, I don't know. I don't know what it is with Aleer. I don't know what it is. There's something about them. Yeah, Fire Emblem Cypher, Shaman died. Yeah. Highest engaged character is Ivy, who placed 4 in Women's Division last year. This year. I see, I see. So Ivy is like the highest engaged character. Oh. Really? I would have thought someone like Hortensia would rank higher, but I guess Ivy? I was thinking of getting some cards for the art. They do have really cool art. Unlike the Cypher cards. I actually have one of the Erica cards from Cypher Zero. You've heard tons of franchises get card games in Japan. I remember the Satch Bell card game that they tried to bring over to the States that died within like a year, but with Fire Emblem they didn't even try. The women's division of Sharina, one of the new sci-fi gun OCs, Azura and Ivy. Is Azura really that popular? I thought she was okay. I don't know, like I played Fates and I was just, she's okay. I didn't think Azura would rank that high. Nor Sharina, honestly. I kind of forget about Sharina a lot on Heroes. Like, I think most of the, like, summaries from, like, Book 3 and Book 4, they don't include her. I think the first time I, like, included her, like, I actually included a picture of her, was literally in Chapter 11 from the Fairy book. Because there wasn't really, like, a lot of stuff happening with her in Book 3, so... I like for older sisters really has increased if Ivy is that much more popular. Azura? That's shocking, I know. The card Fire Emblem look really nice. We got some characters from it in Echoes' DLC, but yeah, we never got any. Sharina was mostly because intelligence systems refused to give people a new alt. Man, I don't think Sharina has many alts, or at least not when I used to play. I don't know if nowadays she has more alts. Azura is definitely popular, and Fates has very few popular females left. Camilla and Corin always won. I know Corin was popular, and obviously Camilla, but I didn't think Azura was popular that much. Like, I thought she was just, like, not super popular, but, huh. Azura has a really cool design, but character-wise, she's kind of bland. Yeah, like, her design's pretty cool, but character-wise, it's kind of... So people literally had to put in a new one for them, like they did for Alphonse. Alphonse is there too. Oh, so hi Aris, welcome, and hi Katsumi, welcome. That's sad. They just like, we gotta throw them in. They need to get alts. I know nobody voted for them, but like they need to get alts. Man, that's a little sad. Really makes you think. Male side is the same. The winner is Ake, an OC from the last book who won solely because people wanted to force Effie Heroes to give them a muscular male alt. Yeah, I don't know who Ake is. So it's a Heroes OC. Effie Heroes. Who's Ake? Who's this guy? Literally who? It's just like, what? Who's this? He shapeshifts? What is this? He turns into a light creature. He turns into like a... What is this? Like a deer with multiple tails? Is he holding a dumbbell? It kind of looks like a dumbbell, actually. He's like a deer shapeshifter. But it's like a light deer. Like he's made of light? Question mark? At least that's what I got there. He's a deer person. He doesn't have a deer tail. Nor the antlers. Fake deer. Here's a lot of shapeshifters like Goose Book 6 onwards. I wanted more Legoos and more in more games, but like after Fates, they kind of like stopped doing Legoos for some reason. Legoos, Manakeets, shapeshifters in general. Like after Fates, they haven't done any shapeshifters, and it makes me sad. Oh, one of the OCs of Book 8 are animals: a squirrel, a snake, an eagle, a cow. Oh yeah, the cow people. I mentioned the cow people before. I remember we talked about the cow people of Fire Emblem Heroes. Wait, they have a squirrel? I didn't know about the squirrel one. He has a deer antlers design on the shoulders. That's not the same. Put the deer... Put the antlers on the head. Put the antlers on the head. Yeah, I don't know if Legoos were just not popular or something, but it's sad that they don't do shapeshifters. Yeah. Book 8 is supposed to be based on nurses' healthcare, and he's a physical therapist. What? I don't know. That's such like a weird concept for Fire Emblem. Like, what? Squirrel Ratatosku. What? What are these names? Ratatosku. Good. She's like Squirrel Girl. I don't know why they made like the ears like they're made of light or something. Physical therapist unit, huh? That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Why are they like... Physical therapist unit? No, I can't puff my cheeks. A ratatouille. It's interesting. Or are these the ones that have like laser guns and stuff? Huh. Interesting. I can't let you reach the part of the lore where the cow people come in. Not the cow people. No lasers, light. You know what I mean. You know exactly what I mean. The laser guns is book 9, so this is book 8. Interesting. Huh. Man, I guess it's like... I guess the plot really changed, huh? Oh man, oh man. Oh man, oh man. Okay, I'm kind of like skimming through like chapter 11 right now to kind of like see what am I missing to add. Oh, I don't like this. Just look up Dear Dude. He does look like he's from SMT. Oh god. Ducky is fine. Yeah, but I feel it'll take longer because then I'll have to like read through them. Oh no, I don't like this. Oh no. Well, I know what note am I gonna write on this. Don't like what I just read something or chapter 11 and I'm like, oh no. Okay. Oh god. Okay. Let me see. You can always just focus on book 1. On one book, but I feel like it might be better to just cover 2 in one stream. Okay. See, I don't remember what happens in chapter 11, so now I'm scared. Oh, man. Jeez. Yeah, it's gonna be something. Now I remember why people said this book was trippy. Funny enough, Dear Man's Snake Sister's one of the most hated units. Her 2 versions, Mythic and New Year's, are ridiculously tanky. They take basically 0 damage. Bro, what even? What even? They were like, I'm gonna make my OC the most powerful character in the game. Like, what? That's one of the things that heroes does suffer from is power creep. The power creep is really bad in that game. Really, really bad. Really, really, really bad. But yeah, it's quite unfortunate because I remember I used to just want to play with the units I wanted, but like if you wanted to go to like the Coliseum to like actually get orbs, you'll get your butt kicked. 0%, that just means you got a free unit to beat the story without gacha. Gacha power creep, man. Yeah. Yeah, it truly do be like that. Wait, no way. What does this have to do with anything? I'm like reading like the thing and I'm like, what does this have to do with anything? It feels like unnecessary dialogue, but okay. But where are those orbs for summoning characters? Yeah, power creep is super awful in heroes. Like I said before, if you don't have Emblem, Sigurd, and Emblem Silica, you might as well not even try. For context, Brave Alphonse is an axe and has a unique special that means he can easily deal 50 damage even to tanky rats. Who His blue version can... Her blue version can tank him. Man. What's of years is usual title? I'm really not a fan of being able to play whatever you want, which kind of defeats the purpose of getting your favorite units. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, after reading through like most of that unnecessary dialogue. Oh god. Wait, what? What is he talking about? What is bro yapping about? I don't know what that was. I read through it and I dissociated. I straight up dissociated. I was like, what? Yeah, I was like, I don't get it. I don't know if I should add it. I feel like it's supposed to be important. But like... I'm not sure because I didn't fully get what it was supposed to be about. Like, I read through it and was like, what? Don't worry, checking out the book for is a fever dream. None of us understand it either. When we played it, yeah. Fairy Bruno. We don't need Fairy Bruno. Lady of this cover is important for something else. Yeah, I don't think it's important though. Even books like introductory cutscene feels like a fever dream. Yeah, it does. It's a book, alright. What is bro? Yeah, I think this on the last couple chapters is when like they start losing it. Oh god. Huh. Yeah, I don't know what bro's yapping about. Oh god, for the dialogue to be important, we need the crucial to understand that first. Okay. Yeah, I'm like skimming through it. This is like chapter 12. There's a part of like chapter 11 that I didn't fully understand. So... And I don't think they very well explained it. So I'm not going to include that. I'm not going to include it in the notes. I'll mention what it was. But other than that, I'm not going to include it in the notes because I don't think I can explain how it's related to anything. But like, yeah. Apparently, I don't know if it's important. Maybe it is, but I didn't get the importance of it from like reading it. I was like, how is this relevant? Like, straight up won't include it because it's that weird. I don't include it because like I don't know how it makes sense. I don't know how it makes sense with like the entire context. You know what I mean? It just kind of felt like a random bit of dialogue that was just like, okay. Let's confirm with chapter 12. I'll see what it says on chapter 12. At least it's almost near the end, so it should be fine. It should be. Okay. But yeah, sorry that these were not done in time. I was trying to like finish them, but my god, it was a lot. There was a lot of like going, a lot of back and forth. It's fine, even though you've been busy. I've had to like, I guess, work. I've had to work on a bunch of things simultaneously, so I didn't fully finish it. Looks like I might have mecha, but it's a lot more linear. That's at least better though. That's like a lot more linear. sounds like book 4 was an absolute nightmare to get through. Yeah, I know you were also late last night. We saw those late night tweets. What? No way. Is this important? No, just... Yeah, I don't know how this is relevant. Yeah. I'm gonna put that. I'm not gonna put that entire bit because I don't know how that's important. If anything's the best, you gave yourself this extra way. You could have totally just made a normal Satsu, but you decided to go the extra mile. Nah, Miss Hacker, you've been working really hard. We appreciate the work you did for us. Besides, maybe we don't even reach the part you weren't able to cover. I mean, I don't know, because I feel like since I made the infographic, it's gonna go much faster. So like, that's why I wanted to do 2 books, so like stream wouldn't be too short. But I don't know. The amount of Nas is irrelevant is so real. It kind of just felt like it was irrelevant information. So I don't know. I don't know. There's always the rambling and doubts from public. And doubts. Maybe. Okay. I'll put. I don't know how this is relevant, but maybe they mentioned it on the last 2 chapters. On the last chapter, maybe they mentioned how this is important. Or at least that's what I'm hoping. And that it was not just like a little trivia bit, like, oh yeah, that's a thing, by the way. And I'm like, okay, I see. I see how it is. Okay. Well, where are you when we reach that part of the infograph? Could I have it just in case? Just in case. The bookmark just in case, yeah. Just in case. Hey. Oh god, this is the villain monologue. Is there something that important that I can take from it? Okay, bye. Okay. Oh, okay. I don't think it's important. I see you could ask us if it's important now, but you never give us spoilers. No. Okay, she's kind of just going into kind of like villain monologue that I feel like it's not very important. Okay, that kind of led to nothing, but so I don't know if I should. I feel like I'm not gonna include it, but yeah, it kind of just led to nothing. It's just kind of like a middle villain monologue of like, oh, why do you work for me? Because I think you're cool. And it's like, oh, but I'm not so cool. And it kind of just went into like a bunch of like dialogue of like, no, you're actually really cool. Like I adore you, and I would die for you. And like it kind of just went on for a bit. And like it was just like, okay. And then it kind of just like, that's it. And I'm like, okay. That's nice. Question, right? I guess one day if anyone else appears that is an actual Fire Emblem in the later books, isn't they use Xander in book 1? He gets mentioned in book 4. And that's it. He gets mentioned in book 4, actually. If it's one of Freyla's or her minions' rants, it's probably not important. Yeah. Yeah. Only Sanders get special treatment, and even Barry. Xander isn't dead. No, he didn't die, no. Not really. Okay. Wait, what? Hold on, I zoned out. Oh, did they? Ow. Did she die? I think she died. I read through it. I was like, wait, is she dead? And I'm like, okay, I think she died. I just read through it. And I was like, I just felt like, no! And I was like, oh, I think she's dead. So now for a second that she died. I like read through it. And then like, I saw through, like I read through the dialogue. And then it kind of sounded like she didn't die, but then she died. So I was like, okay. A whole post wrote with a bunch of cards, push pins, and red strings to explain this. No. I have an infographic that I made, but no, I'm not gonna go that far. I'm not gonna go that far for this. I'm already going far enough by making an infographic of trying to piece this entire thing together. Bold of you to assume I'll do all that. Books are ending especially convoluted, especially the super weird twist at the end. I think I know what you mean, because from what I see. But the lore ties and theories... The lore ties and theories is that... The source is that I made it up. The meme of the red dots lines, they had to remake it. Not with this. My source is that I made it up. That's my source. I feel like Lord doesn't deserve more effort than this. I'm not gonna do all that, no. I'm pulling a power move. Yes, exactly that. Okay. I guess I'll just write that. I don't know if I'll include pictures for this. Okay. Maybe I should include the source. What source? I am the source. Not with this. No, not with this. I'm like, should I include the picture? I feel like I kind of have to, because I feel like... When was the last time I included a picture of this girl? All the way in chapter 2. By that time, you guys are gonna forget what she looked like. So I think I need to include a picture. I include pictures when it's like an arc of like a certain character. Actually, no, she's been included in other chapters. I feel this other girl's a little more important. It involves two girls. How sure if memories as you really have? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe you forgot what they look like because, like, they're. I don't know. There's too many characters in the fairy book. I wouldn't actually blame you if you forgot what they look like. Like, if I mention a name and you are like, who? Because there's a lot of like characters in this. Like in the fairy book especially. I feel like with book 3, there's like only really like 2 important. I mean, there's 2 others, but like it kind of appear here and there. But like the most important ones, which is Death and her daughter, are pretty much most of the plot. The other 2 are here and there. I feel like it's less characters to juggle. The fairy book has a bunch of people. Does that fairy book start now? What do you mean? That's fair. There's a lot of random OCs in the fairy book. Is it where the wolf people came from? The wolf people? No. You're probably thinking of Fates. That's a different game. I'll be honest, besides Searcher, I already forgot like 99% of the characters you showed us. They're just random heroes. Yeah. Yeah. Book 4 does absolutely have OC bloat. Plumeria is barely relevant. Plumeria is like relevant, like I would say about like she's a little bit relevant on chapter 3, and she's like more relevant on chapter 8. And then that's it. I think I didn't even write her that much. No, she has like one thing in chapter 11, but yeah, she's mostly relevant in chapter 8. Like Plumeria has like a bigger focus on chapter 8. Peony Mirabilis, Triana Plumeria on the top of my head. You forgot the girl who has feelings for her brother. You forgot Freya. She's kind of like the main one in this chapter, but not chapter in this entire book. But yeah, Plumeria might not be too relevant, but she got the funny name. She's kind of relevant, but like depends on the chapter you're looking at. You know what I mean? It very heavily depends on the chapter you're looking at. You never forget the Siscon Freya. She's like the whole plot. Unfortunately, she's like the whole plot. I mean the fairies. I mean, yeah, Freya is a fairy. She's like the queen fairy. Literally, she's the queen fairy. Freya is the queen fairy. And Freya is like the king fairy of like dreams and stuff. They're still the same book. Same book. Same stuff. Did this copy paste it? This did not copy paste it. I'm trying to copy paste here. Okay. Same book, different sides. Pretty much. Okay. Where is she? Dragging this information from her that I haven't used since chapter 2. The thing I remember about Freya is she has this ridiculous chapter where she attacks you with like 10 versions of herself. Oh my god. Crazy stuff. Okay. Let me see. What was I mentioning about that? Okay. I see. Yeah, I'm sure she has 10 of herself. Used to be one of the hardest ones, really. Being attacked by 10 versions of herself sounds such a yandere thing to do. Pretty crazy stuff. Oh. Doesn't allow me to edit it. Oh god, it's taking this. Okay. Okay. Right, this. Okay. Anything else about this girl? Okay. Kind of like it's so verbose. These last few chapters are very verbose. Okay. Oh god, Alphonse has a lot of text. Oh no. Oh no, oh no. Oh my god. Honestly, with Veronica, I'm gonna take a screenshot of like pretty much this is accurate to like reading the last chapters of this thing. Okay. Okay, let me Is the dialogue actually important? The problem is it kind of like makes everything more confusing. Literally, I get that she's pardoned. It's more like, what? Alphonse just kind of like drops this like this really verbose text. And she's just like, what? And I'm like, yeah, that sounds about right. Pardon? Yeah. Oh, God. Honestly, what were they thinking when they wrote this? Oh, so this is when the squirrel dream comes into play. Oh, you can't be serious. A person is a person in the dream. You can't be serious. You can't be serious. The squirrel dream? Okay, so in one chapter they mentioned like Anna having like a dream that she was a squirrel and that she very much believed like she was a squirrel because she had it in like her dream, right? And she thought the dream was so real, she actually believed she was a squirrel. The squirrel thing is irrelevant. I'm not writing about the stupid squirrel. And we're gonna talk about it anyway, so it's not spoilers. This entire stream is spoilers. I'm explaining the plot. I thought that was obvious from the title. The stupid squirrel dream is not important. That's why I'm gonna say it right now. It's like a stupid squirrel thing. And that squirrel thing is apparently like important. The whole squirrel dream is important apparently. It's kind of stupid, honestly. I didn't add it on the last chapter, but yeah, the stupid squirrel dream isn't. Not spoilers. They're gonna be spoilers. That's pretty obvious. I didn't write there were not gonna be spoilers. I'm explaining the plot. In order to explain the plot, I kind of have to spoil the entire plot. These books are out for a while. If you actually want to play them, then this is your warning to probably not watch this stream. Because I'm literally going to talk about book 3 and book 4. And that includes everything that happens in them. I assumed that was obvious from the beginning. Because, like, in order to talk about the lore, I kind of have to, like, talk about, you know, everything that happens. So, yeah, that's the entire point of this stream. Yeah, if I'm explaining the lore, I obviously have to go over spoilers. That's obvious. Yeah, Squirrel Dream is the most important part of the lore. Exactly. Not really, but... Yeah, as I explained the game but the story. Exactly. I literally wrote on the stream explaining the lore. The lore is the story. I mean, that's the point of explaining lore. Otherwise, it wouldn't be an explanation. Exactly. Obviously, I have to go through, like, the spoilers. So, anyone here that may not have caught that... Yeah, I'm obviously spoiling book 3 and book 4. Of Fire Emblem Heroes, because that's the entire point of this stream. If that was not already obvious by the title of this stream. I thought it was very self-explanatory, but apparently there are some people that didn't catch that. Explaining the game will probably be a multi-part series, with the stream being 5 hours plus. That's why I'm gonna try to keep it to 2 books, if possible. If possible. I'll try to keep it to 2 books. You explain the entire plot of every book without explaining anything? No. Is this the second part? Who knows how many? I don't know. How many I feel like doing. Unless I retire from doing this entire plot explanation because I can't take it anymore. I can't take it reading through these dialogues. Oh god. The instant no. Do you hurt the fact you actually went for this second part? If she does 2 per stream, it will be 4 streams until book 10 eventually comes out. Considering it's also book 4, I doubt it'll be that much playing anyways for how nonsensical it is. Yeah. I mean, I'm trying to explain it. I'll do to the best of my ability to explain it. But I don't know how good it'll be. We'll see. We shall see. Wait, did I not write that? Oh, I think I didn't. Hold on. Where is that, Okay. Let me add this section. Well, that part is very self-explanatory. Honestly, considering how bad Book 4 sounds, would have blame you if you quit after this. Oh god. I doubt anyone really cares about having a hero plot spoil, considering the writing games are exactly good. It's something, alright. Oh, it's definitely something. Okay. Okay. I'm probably gonna finish chapter 12 and then we're gonna go to the explanation. And if I reach the fairy book, if I manage to finish talking about the book 3, then I'll finish chapter 13. I'll finish typing chapter 13. I think that sounds pretty. This is pretty good, I would say. Oh, I'm starting to misspell things. Okay. And okay, and then I need a picture of this bozo. Where is she? Oh, there he is. Let me steal. I have so many layers on Clip Studio Paint just to make this work. Can't believe my streamer spoiled the plot for the story that's years old in a stream that's entirely devoid to explaining the plot. Oh god, it's like it's easy to keep up with Godzilla anyways, but how all over the place is. Pretty much, and also because it usually takes like quite a bit for chapters to release. Let's see, Chiaki calls everyone here as a bozo. Oh, it's always accurate. Directly Clip Studio Paint, not even Google Slides. No, I made the pictures that I showed, it was Clip Studio Paint. I have a bunch of layers for like everything. This is all made in Clip Studio Paint because I thought about Google Slides, but I felt it would be too limited because I can't just make the canvas whichever size I need. So okay. And okay. Yeah, Clip Studio can just make it whatever you want to do. Fair, we can't get the funny animations you do in Google Slides. Yeah, that's true. But like, I would need like a gazillion slides at that point. So I think it's easier to just use Clip Studio Paint. Because Clip Studio Paint, I can just like resize the canvas. That's how I need it. Oh yeah. Oh no. Okay, 1 katsudillion of slides or 1 katsudillion of layers. How much is a katsudillion? Then okay, 1 katsudillion, 1 chiaki jillion. What? How much is that though? How much is that? Okay. Okay. Oh. Oh no. Oh god. Uh-oh. Oh, Katsuni has a 1 exchange rate with a pandillion. It doesn't become easier to explain. Oh god. Okay. I wanna cry. I'm reading this and I'm like... cry. No way. That bad? It's bad. It's really bad. It's actually really bad. I wanna cry. No. Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh god. I don't have enough space for this. I actually might have to do like a separate slide for chapter 2. Okay. Well. Oh my god. Yeah, I might have to actually make like 2 separate like little sections for chapter 12. Because I actually ran out of space. I think you actually got to layers limits. I didn't get to the layers limits, no, but if you guys remember the picture I made like small little sections for each chapter. Chapter 12 is gonna require like 2 sections. Okay. Or maybe no, I don't think I can make it smaller. Actually, maybe if I can extend the canvas. This one's just gonna be extra long. I don't have to make 2 sections, and everything is like in its little corner. So, maybe I'll just extend the canvas. It's gonna be really long canvas. I think that can do it. I think that would do it. Okay. Are you going to add the after stories? Nope. I'm not touching the epilogues. The epilogues were released later. I'm not talking about the epilogues. Because the epilogues just kind of add like little extra stuff. But I think it overall is going to make things more confusing for people. So yeah, the epilogues are not going to be included. This is just like the original 13 chapters per book. No epilogue stuff. Okay, so epilogues are super disconnected from the main plot, especially the latest one. I read a little of the epilogue from book 3, but yeah, it's just kind of like it feels disconnected, so I feel like it's just gonna confuse people more. It's just extra stuff like, oh, you wanted to do like this about the character, but it's like disconnected from the main plot. Considering how many times you said "oh no" in just the last 2 chapters, I think not including the epilogue is best. Yeah. I think so too. And the epilogues are just extra. Yeah. Okay. I see. Then this. And I'm just gonna make the canvas a bit longer. Because this is actually gonna... Chapter 12 is actually gonna require me to make the canvas longer. Which I didn't think I was gonna need to do, because the other book and the past couple chapters, I didn't really need to do that, but... Can I make it longer? Change canvas size. Oh, there you go. Long. Maybe like this. I don't think I need too much. I can't make it long. Oh, there you go. I was like, I can't make it longer. This is so over. Okay, I do need to, I haven't included a picture of the summoner in like forever. Because, he's usually kind of just there. Because the summoner is your self-insert. I'm just gonna call him summoner. I'm not gonna call him you. I'm not gonna call him MC. Everyone just calls him Summoner. So Summoner. We'll go with Summoner. Yeah, Summoner's just us, but not really. It's like you, but also not really. It's like a self-insert, but also like not really. Is Summoner actually important? Yes, because characters talk about you, and like characters like get attached to you. So I feel like you're kind of important. No, there's chapter 13, but I'm only gonna leave it till chapter 12 unless we actually reach the fairy book. That guy the summoner wraps to my merchant's room. It's just gonna be summoner. It's easier. It's easier to just make everything I guess concise. Instead of calling it MC. The summoner's relevancy depends on the books. Yeah, in some books he's like talked about more. But yeah. Okay, I'm gonna add his picture. Where did his picture go? Oh, there he is. Sometimes it's hard to collect waifus. You know, summon for the gacha waifus. That's his purpose. Okay, can I resize this? Probably like around this. Okay. More like waifus and husbandos. And then gonna take this layer. Is this the... Yeah, that is the layer I want. I'm trying to like at least organize the layers so it's like a little less confusing for me. Actually, wasn't Alphonse the one collecting waifus in each book? No, it's the summoner that can do the summoning, not Alphonse. Alphonse is just your is just the lord of the game, along with Sharina. The one that can actually summon is the summoner. It's in the name. And then it'd be okay. There you go. Okay. Alphonse and do have special Asker power, opening gates to other worlds and things in general, like whites, Veronica has the bar closed. Pretty much, yeah. Alphonse and Sharina can open the gates, and Veronica can close them. That's pretty much like their thing. That's the thing that they do. Okay, and then I need this. You can tell like my notes become like very my notes just become like very like you can see at the very beginning it's like all organized and nice, and then my later notes are just like, bro. Alphonse is a power to walk up to a thing and go open sesame, and it works. Exactly. The vast handwriting. No, I'm not handwriting. I'm not like, no. If it was like handwriting, it would take even longer to get this done. No, Clip Studio Paint froze. Okay, there you go. Save. I'm saving because it just froze. I think it's too many layers. It can't take this anymore. Fine. Come on, we're almost done. Clip Studio Paint. You can do this. I believe in you. Oh god, it froze for a second. No, give us a heart attack. It froze. It scared me. Okay. In a studio clip. Yeah, but using Studio Paint lately with Procreate definitely has a lot of hiccups. Usually, for me, it doesn't tend to have a lot. Okay. Oh god, she's kind of like... Oh god. Okay. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. How do I summarize this? I see. Is this where you kept erasing instead of drawing when I use the pencil tool? Oh no. Then after this... Okay, then I'll double this. I don't know how I'll explain this. I read somewhere in the books there was this funny interaction. Alphonse actually opened something in Veronica or someone Emma just immediately went nope. Really? Okay, and then... This last note. I'll explain it if we get there. But I just wrote it because I read it and I dissociated it and I was like, okay, this seems to be like the best way to summarize it. If we get to that section, I'll explain what I meant with what I wrote. But okay, I finished up to chapter 12. If we actually reach the fairy book, I'll write chapter 13. Okay, let me... How do I export these? Ooh, I didn't put this where it was supposed to. Oh, there. Okay, can I... Nice. Okay. Book 3. Now to export these. Yeah, but I did remember telling you. It's fine. Okay, I'm trying to think of like a good way, because I feel like doing it through Clip Studio Paint is gonna be more complicated. Because I feel like you guys are gonna get accidentally like, you're gonna see the other sides before I show them to you. I think I'm gonna let it cook. I have to make sure that they're visible though. Change canvas size. I could crop them one by one. This is so inefficient, but this is like the only way I can think of doing it. Just cropping them one by one. So that way you guys don't get spoiled on them. It's so unfocused. Why are they so out of focus? Okay, hold on, let me fix it. Ignore the fact that things are not centered in this. That's fine. Okay. One by one. Yes, one by one. Okay, then export. Okay. Chapter 1. I should have gotten a cursor. And then chapter 2. I probably should have gotten like a cursor for you. Style. You can see where I'm. I don't think I have my cursor anymore. Do I still have like the mouse cursor I got before? Let me see. Mouse. Cursor. Let me find like a good PNG of the mouse. I think this one's an actual PNG. Yeah! Mouse. Cursor. Chiaki mouse cursor? I don't have one. I don't have one, so I'm just gonna use this mouse cursor. Okay, then... This is such an inefficient way of doing it, but that's okay. Change canvas size and... Crop this. I made the canvas so long. In order to crop it, I have to go through like the other side. Okay. I think this one's like centered a bit better. Chapter 1 was just centered very ugly. Don't mind that it's not gonna be centered very nicely. That's a... Actually, why did I center it so ugly? Now it's actually bothering me. Oh, I think I didn't have it very... Yeah, it's just gonna have to be... the first couple of chapters are very experimental, so... It's gonna be kinda ugly. Need to fix this ASAP. The world needs a Chiaki themed cursor. Maybe one day. Okay. Let me see. Oh, I don't think I have chat on the other screen. Hold on. Just saying, like, so your style kind of evolved over the course of the project. I feel like it did. I've never done something like this elaborate, I feel. Okay. Actually, can I get Fire Emblem music? I feel Fire Emblem music would be very fitting to have. Let's see, Fire Emblem music. Fire Emblem. Is there Fire Emblem Heroes BGM? Fire Emblem Heroes BGM. Can we get book 3? Let me see, book 3. Book 3 BGM. Wait, does this have lyrics? Book 3 map theme, The Tragedy of Asker Extended. I don't think it's gonna take me 15 minutes, boss. It's gonna take me more. It does? Oh no, I don't wanna... Oh. Maybe I'll pick the book map theme. Just put it on repeat? Okay, I guess I'll put it on repeat. Okay, the lyrics intended... Yeah. Okay, let me just make sure that it's going through my headphones. Put this on... There. Book 3, this one. This looks too dramatic! I don't know if this song is too dramatic. I don't know if this is a good song. Okay. Theme. Emblem Heroes BGM. Fire Emblem lo-fi music to seize and route enemies too. That works. We're gonna do that. We're just gonna do random BGM, random Fire Emblem BGM. We're not gonna do Heroes BGM. It's too dramatic. And I don't think I'll be able to do it. Okay. Let me see it. There you go. Hold on. Let me get the cursor. Let me get the cursor first. Here's your Fire Emblem BGM. I'm gonna lower it a bit more. There you go. That works. I think that's the playlist you used last time. Book 3 music is super dramatic. It's too dramatic. Okay, cursor. Okay, let me get the cursor. There's my cursor. It's a little big, but that's fine. Okay. I'm suddenly feeling the need to route my enemies. As you should. Okay, image. And then I need to get... Canon Chiaki size! She's as big as the mouse cursor. What's that supposed to mean? Okay, this is chapter 1. This is very tiny, don't mind that. Okay, I'm gonna make this bigger though. Okay! This is book 3! Chapter 1. Welcome to book 3. This is really unfitting. Shush. It's very nice. It's very comfy song. Okay. I'm gonna just like nail this. There you go. Okay. So chapter... Oh god, my cursor is hidden. There. Chapter 1. This is the first introduction to the Kingdom of Hell. Yes, it's actually Hell with one L. And this image looks like a one poster. It kinda does, but don't mind that. Where is the realm of the dead? So this introduction happens when there's like the undead. The undead kind of invade Asker, which is like the main kingdom of the game. And during this invasion, Alphonse's mom is like, your dad needs to talk to you, so you kind of have to go see your dad. But like, you know, in order to go see the dad, they kind of have to defeat all the soldiers from the realm of the dead. Asker? No, not Asker. Asker. A-S-K-R. Asker. Not Asgard. Asker. Yeah. So, Alphonse's mom pretty much like tells him like, hey, your dad wants to talk to you, so you kind of have to like go meet up with him. But during the midst of all that, there's like all the soldiers from the realm of the dead, and in the middle of that, they meet these two guys, Leaf and Thrasir. First king of Asker, first emperor of Emblem. Allegedly. I'll say allegedly because you will see what's up with these two later. But yeah, according to Alphonse and his Megamind brain, these people are the first king of Asker, which apparently was some dude blessed by a divine dragon, and Thrasir, which was a witch, which was the first emperor of Emblem, which is the quote-unquote evil kingdom, which Veronica's from. These two totally uniquely designed characters that do not resemble any characters. Exactly. They made the first two edgy skeleton people with jello flesh. Pretty much. These two guys. And while all that is happening and they meet these two guys and they battle them and stuff, on the other side, in Hell, yes, the ruler of Hell is called Hell. I don't think they really, like, they really broke their minds trying to figure this out. But, yes. On the other side, back in Hell, the ruler of said kingdom, by the same name, was setting her little plan in motion. She was being very mischievous, very devious. And she told her daughter, like, hey, Air, which is her daughter, she told, like, hey, I want you see those guys? You see Alphonse and his, like, little group? I want you to become friends with them. Like, get really close to them. And then you're gonna stab them in the back. You're gonna, like, stab them in the back. And you're gonna kill them. And she kinda... Air is kinda, like, very apathetic. She's kinda just like, whatever, okay. So she does it. She goes and encounters Alphonse's team. And she battles them. Obviously, if you win that battle, well, yeah, you get the dialogue. Where she basically kind of like surrenders and she's just like, yeah, just kill me. Like, I don't care. But Alphonse is very nice. Alphonse is very nice because he's the hero and he's the lord of the game. So he's very nice, and of course he's not gonna do that. He's not gonna do that because that's not what nice guys do. That's not what like nice guys like him do. So he doesn't do it. And decides to have Air tag along. And Air pretty much ends up joining the team. She's spared and she joins the team. But Anna is kind of like, I have my eye on you. I have my eye on you. Like, if you betray us, you're out. Out the door. Except, like, not out the door, but she'll probably kill her. But, yeah, so basically Chapter 1 ends with Air kind of, like, joining the team. Due to Alphonse's request that he was like, oh, yeah, you can join. You probably, like, could give us information about, like, you know, what the hell is up to. So they decide to have her join. But Anna's not very keen on the idea, and she's like, you know, I guess you'll join. But, like, the moment you do something, the moment you betray us or something, you're out the door. I got my eye on you, girl. But they decide to keep her around because, you know, she might have information. Who knows? Maybe she does. Aria's going through a phase, but her mom is really insistent on having her kill them. Pretty much, yeah. Anna's like very sus. Yeah, Anna's not as trusting. Not as Alphonse. Chataphons? I don't think so, no. But yeah, that's the gist of Chapter 1. Chapter 1 is very, like, just like the introductory chapter, you know? This is pretty much like what happens. This is the general gist of what happens in Chapter 1. Very simple stuff, you know. They're setting the ground up for what's gonna happen in this book. Then we have Chapter 2. Chapter 2. There you go. It's Chapter numero 2. Which is Alphonse finally meeting up with his dad, Gustav. And this was a really awkward conversation. Like, he was like, hi, Dad, we haven't seen each other in a while. He's like, yeah. Like, it really seems like, he really doesn't want his son to be there. And it's a really awkward conversation. It's very, like, straightforward. And the dad's just like, so, you see those dead soldiers all around the place? Yeah, they're coming from that tomb. I want you to go get that. I was like, oh, okay. It's like, so you see, there's this tomb, and you know how we can only open doors? Like, we can only open gates? Well, we can't close the gates. Because, you know, we just can't. That's what, you know, Veronica's kingdom does. So I just put, like, seals around it. And, you know, that kind of did the job. But it didn't, now it's not doing it anymore. So, you're gonna have to go fix that. That's pretty much, like, the general gist of what he says. It's just like, okay, guess I'll go do that. So he goes to the tomb, he scouts the tomb. But unfortunately, there's a bunch of enemies there. Like, a ton of them. Really a good amount of them. Esker never learned to close the door. No. There's way too many enemies. And there's a town nearby, because there's always a town nearby. There's always a town nearby whenever stuff like this happens. So, there happens to be a town nearby the tomb for XYZ. And like, Alphonse is like, no! Like, the evil soldiers are gonna reach the town and they're gonna get the people! We can't do that! That's not a very nice guy thing to do. Like, I'm the lord, I'm the hero. I gotta, like, bait the enemy and get them away from the town. Because, you know, there's always a town. Whenever something like this is about to happen, there's always a random town there. For XYZ. But yes, he decides to bait the enemy. And he barely makes it out. Like, he barely makes it out of there. He pretty much has to buy time till, like, his dad and his army arrive. Because he pretty much was gonna go scout the tomb. And then he was just gonna wait there till, like, his dad's army arrived. But he was like, no! The enemies are gonna get the people in the town! I gotta, like, bait them away from here. So he barely made it. He barely made it. And he was like, Dad, I did it! I made it! Like, we got the enemies away from the town. But his dad is not very happy about that. He basically gets chewed out by his dad by saying, you're not meant to be a king. You can't just go around sacrificing your life like that. Like, your life belongs to the people. Like, you can't just throw your life like that. Because, like, what if I die? Huh? What if I die? Can you be king right now? Huh? Can you do it? And I'm like... he kind of gets really angry. He's like, you're wasting your life. Like, if I die right now, like, if I were to collapse right now, in this second, could you be king? Huh? Huh? Could you do it? And Alphonse just like, no. So he basically gets chewed out by his dad by being reckless. Because he pretty much risked his life by, like, baiting the enemy away from the village. Because, according to his dad, he was not, like, looking out for the people because he, you know, he could have died. And what would they do if he dies? It's not like Sharina could be queen. No, we didn't consider that. But, yeah, it's not like he's the only royal, you know, kid in the family. Like, Sharina's there too, but okay. Alphonse, stand up for yourself, man. So he just go like, no. Yeah, he just gets really sad. Sharina, who died? Chiaki, your dad pressure voice like you rethink my life. Yeah, he's like the disappointed dad. Okay, never you call Alphonse a nice guy. I think of the nice guy's red. Why can't the enemies never attack an open field? Because it wouldn't be as dramatic. I mean, at least Sharina doesn't go like Alphonse in most battles. That's the thing, though. Then she could perfectly, like, rule if, like, Alphonse died. You know what I mean? Because Sharina doesn't go to most battles. So, that's what I'm saying. But yeah, he gets chewed out, and Alphonse is sad. He's, like, having a sad boy hours time. Because his dad chewed him out. And he basically said he wasn't meant to be king. He almost sounded like low-key he was gonna disown him. Then and there. And he's being like all sad. And like his mom is like, hey, I came here to like, you know, help with your wounds. And he's like, Alphonse is being sad right now. He's being like sad boy hours. And his mom is like, hey, like, I know your dad was very mean, but, like, he means well. He's just, like, looking after you. You see, there was this one time when he was just like you. He was reckless, just like you. But then, he changed. Something happened that, you know, it changed him. And there's, like, foreshadowing about that. And Alphonse is like, what happened? And she's like, oh, nothing. No, don't mind that. Like, no, I didn't say anything. Don't mind that. It's not important. I'm sure Gustav would disown him if he didn't have any other choice. Like, where Sharina exists. Of course, Hikate's mom's the really nice one. Yeah, the mom was really... The mom is the really nice one. It's just like... Oh no, your dad, like, your dad doesn't mean anything bad by it. He's just like very cautious ever since like and the incident happened. And Alphonse is just like, what's the incident? She's like, oh no, never mind, it's not important. And so it's like, that's suspicious. What could the incident be? Well, we don't, the chapter ends before we can get to know what the incident is, so we don't get to know what the incident is. we don't get to know what the incident is as to why the dad is like all angry and, you know, he's as strict as he is now. A cliffhanger? Yeah, chapter 2 ends on that. Henriette, when she was added to the game, added one of the most annoying and important mechanics in F Hero, Savior, where a unit can take another's place in a fight. I see. But yeah, it's basically how chapter 2 ends. I need to explore the chapter 3 and chapter 4. Because, like, I think these were very short notes. I think, like, it was on book 4 when my notes started getting, like, very, very long. That's when, like, my notes started getting, like, way longer because, things were very easy to summarize on this book. But the fairy book, it was, like, much more complex. Effie heroes enter the cliffhanger basically every chapter. Yeah, usually. Usually they tend to end, on cliffhangers. For the most part, I would say. Yeah, chapter 3, there's not really, like, too much that happens. Before is that everything went to hell. But this is the hell book there. This is the hell book. Wait, why doesn't it allow me to like find out? Oh, here it is. There you go. Yeah, this slide is gonna be very, very, very timely. Okay, we get chapter 3. Okay. Yes. This is the, I guess, the shorter slide because chapter 3 doesn't have too much. It doesn't have like too much like important relevant stuff. Okay. Let me switch this to chapter 3. Okay. We have chapter 3. So chapter 3 kind of starts with like Alphonse talking with his dad. And pretty much like Gustav reveals like, hey, so Hell, you know, that woman from before, I fought that. I fought her. I know who she is. And he's like, what? It's like, well, how do you know who she is? How do you know who Hell is? Oh, I already showed you who Hell was. I showed you chapter 1 who Hell was. Is if I need the god of the underwear and living phase. Yeah. It was the woman. Yeah, Hell was the woman. Ruler of Hell. Gustav is the dad. It's Alphonse's dad. I showed pictures and everything. Yeah, Hell is a woman. Yeah. Pretty much, Gustav is like, hey, so I personally know Hell. I fought with her before. And that's how I got this scar! And he shows the scar on his face dramatically. He doesn't really show it dramatically, but he has like a scar on his face. And he basically says like, yeah, I fought her. And that's how I got the scar. And like, I barely made it because I was lucky. And because of that, you are not gonna fight her. I don't want you to fight her. He's like, Alphonse, son, do not fight her directly. That's bad. Danger. Do not. And Alphonse is like, okay, Dad, I won't do it. I guess you can get what... I think you can guess what's gonna happen. And then Air, who is traveling along with them, she's talking with the summoner. She's like, oh, summoner, so... I know we've been getting, like, closer recently because allegedly they've been getting closer because she only talks with the summoner. And, like, since we're friends now and, like, we're closer, I want to, like, talk to you about Alphonse's, fate. And then Alphonse is like, what was it? You guys were talking about me? And now that Alphonse is in the conversation, she's like, okay, guess I'll tell you. You're gonna die. You're gonna die, actually. And Alphonse is like, huh? Alphonse lied as easily as he breathed. Man, I wonder what Alphonse is gonna do. Yeah, Hell basically told Alphonse, you're gonna die. He's like, no way. No way. Just straight up, you're gonna die. Like, she straight up tells him, you're gonna die. Like, I see death coming for you, so you're gonna die. Hey guys, are you talking about me? You're gonna die. Pretty much. That's what Air was gonna tell the summoner. She was gonna tell the summoner, like, hey, since, you know, I trust you and stuff, I'm gonna talk to you about Alphonse. His fate, it's not looking good. I think he's gonna die. But before she could tell the summoner, Alphonse just kind of barged in their little conversation. So she's like, okay, fine. I guess since he's here, I might as well tell the person, you know? I see dead people, and Alphonse, you're one of them, buddy. Yeah. So they tell Alphonse he's gonna die, but he doesn't believe it. He's like, no way. No way. Like, no way that's gonna happen. But guess what happens? Hell appears. Right as Air gives him that warning. Hell shows up. And she's like, you're gonna get cursed, bozo. And she curses Alphonse to die in 9 days because Alphonse tries to fight her. He didn't listen to Dad, who said, do not engage her directly. But Alphonse fights her, and he gets cursed to die in 9 days, like in those, like, creepy copy pastas. Surprise, Alpha's going to die. Who would have guessed? Who would have guessed? So yeah, his dad was right. His dad told him, do not. But Hell kind of like just appeared the moment like Air kind of like warned. Kind of like warned her, warned Alphonse. Like, hey, I see in your fate that you're gonna die. And Alphonse is like, no way. And then Hell just appears and curses him. And then he gets cursed to die in 9 days. And Loki starts like dying and everyone's like, oh no, he's dying. And that's basically how the chapter ends. That's how it ends. He gets cursed and he starts like coughing and like Loki dying and everyone's like, oh my god, he's dying. And that's how chapter 3 ends. 9 days is plenty of time. Yeah, Hell is like, you got 9 days. Once your time is up, I'm coming for you. And you're dying. And then she disappears. He did not set enough Hell evil links to his contacts to avoid the curse. Yeah. They would never kill the protagonist. I remember like when all the promo stuff of like this book came out, it was just like Alphonse dying and stuff, and it was like, no, he's gonna die. I remember all the promo stuff for this book. It was just like cutscenes of Alphonse dying and stuff. Oh god. Pretty crazy stuff. Pretty crazy. Yeah, they also showed both Alphonse and Sarita dying. Yeah, they also showed Sarita dying as well for some reason. But yeah. Really, the one in danger was Alphonse. I don't know why they showed Sarita dying. I guess just dramatic effect. Also, hi, Shirogane. Welcome, welcome. I bet even if Alphonse died for real, they would find a way to bring him back. Oh, man. Don't worry. we'll get to see. Get to see about that. Maybe Sarita would also die if he died? Not really, no. I mean, they invented hell for a reason. I guess so. I suppose so. Okay. I got the picture for chapter 4. It's a bit off-center, but that's okay. Okay. Let's see, chapter 4. Here you go. Okay, so chapter 4. After Alphonse was cursed to die in 9 days, and everyone was losing it, he decides to go talk to his dad. Because he has to, he has to break the news to his parents, He's now dying in 9 days. The least you could do is, tell your parents about that. Obviously, Gustav doesn't take this kindly because he literally told his son to not engage with hell. And what's the first thing he does? He engages with hell. So, obviously, his dad is like, well, you're gonna die. Well, guess you're doomed. Guess you didn't listen to me. That's what you get. I told you, but you didn't listen. So he straight up just gives up. He just gives up on his son. Like, everyone's like, oh, maybe we can find, like, a cure or something. Nope. His dad is like, nope, you're just gonna die. You messed up. You know what they say? If you mess up, you find out. So you're gonna die, elbows. Do you hate it when you have to break the news to your parents that you didn't listen to them and are now literally dying? Because I sure do. That is just straight up, you should have listened, get wrecked, kid. Face Gustav, he's just done. Man, how did they give Aita and Fire Emblem? So yours has its own Anna. It does. And then Anna, who is the commander of the army, and pretty much the brains of the operation. Alphonse's dad may have given up on him, but Anna did not give up on him. She's like, okay, guys, so clearly, in like some stories, how if you killed the one who cursed you, the curse goes away. So clearly, if we kill Hell, which is death itself, Alphonse will not die in 9 days, right? That's how that works. Clearly, we can kill death itself. Dad, everything you explicitly told me not to do. Yeah. Yeah, Anna shows up very rarely. Yeah. Doesn't show up a lot. Anna's the commander? She's the commander, yes. Anna barely ever actually does anything funny. Yeah, she's usually just kind of there. And, okay. So, after that, after Anna basically decides, okay, we're killing Hell. I don't know how we're gonna do it, but we're gonna do it. Gustav is like, okay, Alphonse, I know you're like dying and everything, but you're gonna stay with me. Because Hell is gonna come for you. The only way she can kill you is, if she actually shows up, right? So, like, you're gonna stick with me until your time runs out and Hell shows up. And, Alphonse is like, okay, guess I'll do that. And while they're waiting, they decide to have a last heart-to-heart conversation. And Gustav kind of like grabs a stick. And he's like, Alphonse, do you remember this stick? And he's like, no. And the dad's like, oh, fine. Did you mention that? That's an actual thing that happens. Gustav kind of like grabs a stick and is like, Alphonse, do you remember this stick? And he's like, no. And he's like, oh, okay, whatever. Like, because apparently that's a meaningful stick. Allegedly. Look at this stick. But yeah, after they have their little last heart-to-heart talking about the stick and whatever. You don't get it, sticks are cool. They're random. Look at this stick. Do you remember this stick? And he's like, no. Am I supposed to? But yeah, once that entire last heart-to-heart conversation happens between them, Hell shows up. And you think everything's about to be over. She's gotta kill Alphonse and whatever. But at the last second, when Hell's gonna kill Alphonse, the dad steps in and he's like, no! And she kills the dad instead. So essentially, Alphonse gets Fire Emblem. And his dad dies. And the dad is like, okay, now that I'm dying, clearly you met the requirements of the curse. Which it doesn't make a lot of sense because Alphonse was the one cursed. But apparently the curse works in a way that just killing a royal member, a royal Asker family member, makes the curse go away. So Alphonse is not cursed anymore. Yay! I don't know how that works, but apparently that worked. He somehow tanked the curse, even though the curse was exclusively for Alphonse. No wonder Dad treats him like that. I can appreciate his stick. Dad tanks the curse for him. Alphonse earned his official Fire Emblem protagonist license. Exactly. But yeah, somehow that worked out. And Alphonse is not cursed anymore. Because the dad took the curse and like... Apparently the curse was not person specific. Even though this was never mentioned at all. And apparently just a royal member sacrificing themselves for Alphonse would have done it. So the dad did it. And, yeah, now it's... Alphonse is fine now. Apparently Alphonse is fine now, which is, okay. That's a thing, I guess. I was just like, good enough. It's like, good enough, you know? And that worked out. The dad died, and Alphonse is cured. Thumbs up. Somehow that worked. It's very oddly convenient, but now Alphonse is fine. And the dad is dead. And Alphonse has officially earned his Fire Emblem protagonist license. Now that he's fatherless. Wowee. The dad died. Thumbs up. The dad is dead. He sacrificed himself for Alphonse, even though he gave up on him before, because right inside him, he was a good dad, you know? Even if he chewed up Alphonse and said he wasn't meant to be king, on his deathbed, he was like, son, you're gonna be a good king. Ugh. And then dies. Alphonse can finally be a real lord now. Let's go. We only need to sacrifice dad for it all. Well, that ends well. Just, dad died. Thumbs up. Oh my god, that's pretty much how it ends. Pretty much his dad is dying, and he tells Alphonse, in reality, you're actually fit to be king. I'm sorry I was mean before. He doesn't actually apologize, but he does say that he was actually meant to be king. Hand waving Gustavo to make it seem he was a good dad. Yeah, they kind of just like had him like do like a nice little speech at the end for some reason, even though he was like very mean to Alphonse. Like the past couple chapters. And it's just like, no, he was actually a good guy. And that also reveals he don't tell Wood Hell because this exact thing happened to him. Not to him, but his dad. No, because he didn't die. Like Gustav didn't die until this point. He got the scar during an altercation with Hell. And he basically tells Alphonse to avoid Hell precisely because he fought Hell before. And his dad ended up tanking the curse. So Alphonse's grandfather tanked the curse. And somehow that made sense. And he decided to pretty much pull the same thing. Yeah, pretty much Alphonse's grandfather, Gustav's dad. He was meant to be cute. It's just a ha he he. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I did mention he pretty much tells Alphonse to avoid Hell. Because he fought Hell before. And he's like, I barely made it, so don't do the same mistake, bozo. And he does the same mistake. Not even with the warning. But yeah, that's dead. She's sad, I guess. Okay. And then you also get the 9 days curse. It doesn't specify. They never specified how long the dad was cursed for. They just mentioned like he also got cursed, but pretty much his dad ended up taking the curse as well. His dad, Alphonse's grandfather. Oh, let me move this. Very off-centered. This is chapter 5. Okay. Chapter 5. Okay. So now that the dad is dead, Henriette, which is their mom, reveals like, oh, it's fine. Your dad did what he did because he was gonna die anyway. He was ill, apparently. Apparently he had like an illness and he was gonna die anyway. He didn't have a lot of time left, so he did what he did because he was gonna die anyway. So it's like, that's pretty much what the mom said. He was like, he was gonna die anyway, so it's like, you know, he kind of just made it sooner. So it didn't even matter. Yeah, and Alphonse was just like, wait, I didn't know that. And he was like, yeah, your dad didn't want to tell anybody. Because I was already terminated. It's fine. That's pretty much what she said. I feel like that completely negates his heroic sacrifice. Yeah, it's like he was gonna die anyway, so it's whatever. And Alphonse is determined. Now that his dad took the curse for him, he's like, no, I'm gonna do it for dad. And for like everyone else, for all the zombies we have running around. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna cross the realm and go to hell. Which hell, where the queen is, that is also named Hell. We're gonna go and we're gonna kill her. He's determined now. He decides they're gonna do it. So he decides to go to the gates to the tomb. But obviously, on his way to the tomb, he finds dead dad. My man, his dad literally died 1 chapter ago. He can't catch a break. He's already here. Because it turns out that if you're killed by the curse, you kind of become part of, like, Hell's army. Because down there, did like this portrait desaturated? Yeah, it's just desaturated. And he has, like, red eyes a bit. It's a little bit hard to tell in this small image. But, yeah, he's already on his way to the gate. And then he finds out that his dad is among the ranks of Hell. Oh, no. So, yeah, he has to kill dad. And his dad is like, Alphonse, just do it. Just do it. Like, do it. I'm literally like, I can't assure you that I'm not gonna hurt you. So literally just do it. My body is not listening to me. Just do it. And Alphonse does it. And he kills him again. Why do protagonists ever have such nice abilities? Not sure. When your contract says you have to be in the plot for 5 chapters, but they killed you off in chapter 4. Yeah. Yeah, so Alphonse is forced to kill his dad. And once dad is out of the way, again, they go into the realm of the dead. They go into hell. The place, not the person. Oh god, they really should have named the queen a different name. I don't know why they decided to name her the same place as the place where this entire chapter takes place in. They go to hell. Yes. Was hell hot though? Oh no. The hell with a single L. Chiaki gonna have to specify which hell she's talking about this entire book. Yeah. It took 5 years to release Zombie Gustav. He was released like last year. I mean, I think he was only used for chapter 5 and then he never appears ever again. I enter hell. The place. The place. The location of hell. Isn't hell the opposite of hell? Deadly cold? I think it's... They never really mentioned the weather. That's because hell is the Norse mythology name for the ruler of the underworld. I guess so, but then they could have named the place a different name, if that's the case. Just to kind of like avoid the confusion. But alas, here we are. Here we are. It's be what it be. But yes, we are going to take an excursion to hell. That's pretty much what's gonna happen. Chapter 5 ends with them pretty much entering the realm of the dead. I think I'm just gonna call it the realm of the dead. I think that's easier. I think that's easier and less confusing. We're taking a field trip to the realm of the dead. That's how chapter 5 ends. Yeah, realm of the dead is explanatory. Yeah, I think it makes it easier. The confusion's funny. No. Okay. I got chapter 6. Realm of the Dead? That's a weird name. That's the name. That's the name that we're going with. Chapter 6. Export. Yes. Okay. And then get the picture for chapter 6. Here you go. Wow. Oh god, I actually have to shrink this one. Okay. There you go. Bonk. Okay, chapter 6! So chapter 6 begins with Air, this girl, leading everyone through hell. You know, she's giving them the tour. She's like, oh yeah, this is hell. This is the realm of the dead. And we have a lot of things here. Like death. And gloomy environments. You know, that sort of stuff. And now we're gonna make a stop at my former home. Which it looks like an execution site. Because it kinda is. And Air just kinda decides to tell everyone this, not very nice fun fact about this execution site that they passed through. And she's like, oh, yeah, this is where I live. And this is where I died. A lot. My mom killed me here. Like a bunch of times. And since I have a bunch of lives, like, I know other people have, like, only one life. But I have a bunch of them. Because the Dragon of Life just decided, like, yeah, you can get a bunch of lives. Why not? And my mom was like, oh, that's a very neat power you have. And she decided to kill me over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And yeah, this is the spot where she did that. Yeah. You know, just if you were curious about that. You know, fun fact, I guess. Question mark? I don't know why she mentioned that when they were here, but she did. And, Alphonse is just like, oh. He's just like, oh, that kind of really sucks. Air's story is actually pretty dark. Hell gains power from every death, so she killed Air a ton to get super jack. Pretty much, yeah. So all the times that she, like, killed Air for, it was so her mom would become really OP. And Air doesn't have any lives left because of that. Because Air was pretty much had a bunch of lives. Thanks to the Dragon of Life. And her mom was like, well, that's a pretty cool superpower you got. Let me get that. So she killed her a bunch of times, so she could become OP. And her daughter wouldn't be OP anymore. To be fair, someone just dropped that on you. The only real response is just, oh, yeah. The funny thing is, I realized Erin Hell is basically like Tango. Her stepmom just kept taking her life force. Pretty much, yeah. Kind of like that. She doesn't have one life. She has many. She's a gamer. Literally farming her daughter for XP. Pretty much. So Alphonse is just like, oh. Okay. Yikes. And then they decide to continue on their merry way after learning that kind of like disturbing fact. Thanks to Air, because you know she's giving them the tour. Might as well tell them everything, you know. Does she don't have? No, she doesn't have any. She doesn't have many lives anymore, because her mom kind of like took all of them away when she killed her multiple times. So she doesn't have that many anymore. I think she mentioned she only has one. She has one. Oh, one. There. She has one left. But after that disturbing fact that Hell told them, they kind of continue on their merry way. And they get closer to the castle where Hell is. And obviously, guess who shows up? Hell does. And Alphonse is like, I'm not afraid of you. Because Hell is being like all intimidating and stuff. And she's like, I'm gonna kill you, little boy. And Alphonse is like, ha! You can't curse me twice. I double doggy dare you. And Alphonse is like, even if you curse me again, I know that you have to like show up. You have to like show up, and you can't kill me until like the time limit is over. So like, I can kill you during that time limit, so I win. And Hell is like, man, fine. Guess death is too merciful for you, so I'll make you suffer. And then she disappears. Alpha's 200 IQ. But you won't curse me twice. Yeah. He's just like, I dare you to curse me again. Like, I dare you to curse me again. Because I know that in order for you to kill me, you have to show up in person. And you can only kill me once the time limit is up. So, like, during that time limit, I can kill you! Ha! Checkmate! And Hell is just like, you know what? You know what, Smart Pants? I think death is too merciful for you. I'm gonna make you suffer. And then she disappears. What could be the worst that could happen? Me dying? Yeah. So clearly, Alphonse thought his plan was very neat and smart, but I don't think that was the case. But meanwhile, that entire debacle happened and Hell ended up leaving. Air ended up like finding about her mom. She met with her mom and she was like, "Hey, mom, can we not, you know, can we ignore this entire plan of me becoming friends with them and like killing them and whatever? Can we like not do that?" And her mom's like, "No. Become their friend and kill them." And she's like, "Okay." She gets all sad because mom decided that, no, we're not gonna backpedal. What's she gonna do? Kill me? Oh, yeah, his vast brain. Oh, man. Alphonse was gigabrain, at least in his own head. In his own head, he was being very smart, just like, okay, sad face. Yeah. It's just like, okay, sad face. Oh, good night, Chiaki Katsumi. This is a fun stream to listen to. Have a good night, Anjali. But yeah, that didn't work out, so she was all sad. She was like, oh, okay, guess we're not gonna do that. And Alphonse's group kind of go on their little merry way. And they find the seer and leave. Basically, Edgy Crom and the other girl. The first king of Asker and the first emperor of Emblem, allegedly. They find them. And they kind of fight them. Because they figure out that they're actually in cahoots with Hell. So they fight them. And they see that they go through this portal. And they're like, huh, that's funny. Let's follow them. Because, you know, they're related to Hell, so clearly they will lead us to her. So they decide to follow them into the portal. And the chapter basically ends with the group following those two into the portal. Edgy Crom, he kind of does look like the Tokyo Mirage Crom. Yeah, kinda. He kinda does. So basically, Leaf and the Seer, her name is hard. Okay. And then they have chapter 7. Okay. Let me export this. Dun 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 dun. Where is the thing? Edit. Where is it? Is edit. Change canvas size to export chapter 7. Chapter 7. We're getting closer to chapter 13. So yeah, I told you it would go much faster with these. I mean, to be fair, I feel like this arc is a little easier to explain than like the other arcs. Okay. Easy. I mean, it's easier to explain. In comparison to the fairy book, it definitely is easier to explain. I'll tell you that much. I'll tell you that much. Yeah, this arc is less confusing. I mean, in comparison to other arcs, I would say this one's less confusing. Okay, I'm gonna get chapter 8 from the get-go as well. Chapter 8. Wow. Okay, export. 3. Here. I think anything is easier to explain in comparison to the fairy arc. The fairy arc is hard to explain. Okay. Chapter 7. Yeah, chapter 7's a little on the shorter side. Okay. Wow. So, cool. Chapter 7. So, it turns out that the portal they went into on Chapter 6 is an alternate dimension! Wow! Yeah, we're going that direction. It's an alternate dimension that looks exactly like their home. Except not really. On that alternate dimension, if Air ends up running into this guy, which is Leaf, who is a general under Hell. And this guy seems to know that Air has been having these weird gaps in her memory where she remembers, like, this other woman. There's a woman that had a kind of, like, heavenly appearance and stuff like that. And Air is like, I don't know who this is, and my mom won't tell me when I keep asking her. So who could this be? So the Air they follow wasn't their Air? It was. Air is still traveling along with them. Air is still traveled into the alternate dimension as well. But she ran into this guy, who pretty much tells her that, like, oh, those memories? Get them deleted. Your mom can take care of that. Which, you know, it's a bit weird. He seems to know what those memories are, but he doesn't really elaborate. He kind of just leaves it at that. Very vague and stuff. He kind of just says that, and then he leaves. He doesn't really elaborate too much. But then, as they're exploring the alternate Asker, they found out that it's desolate. There's no people there, no animals. It's only them and this guy, I guess. They're like, huh, that's weird. So after they battle, like, after they find out that the realm is desolate and it's like nighttime and stuff, they're like, okay, we can just take a shelter in like this nearby town. I mean, there's like nobody there. So like, you know, might as well. And in that town, they find this memorial. There's this memorial that apparently Leaf put. And Sharina notices that memorial. And she's like, oh, that's funny. That memorial has my favorite flowers. And Alphonse is like, something's up. I feel disturbance in the force. Like, this place, it looks like like, you know, our home. But it's desolate. Like, people are dead. Like, the same flowers that grow at our place are here. And, like, there's this memorial with your favorite flowers. I think that's kind of weird. I think that's kind of suspicious. It's not like other people could like the same flowers as Sharina, am I right? That's weird. That's odd. What an odd coincidence. I'm pretty sure it's an odd coincidence. And it could probably mean nothing else. Nothing at all. Just a very odd coincidence that Leaf put those flowers that specifically Sharina likes in a memorial as if someone died. Well, I wonder what that could probably mean. Nah, only Sharina can like that flower. They're outlawed. No one is allowed to like the same flowers as Sharina. It's literally illegal. I wonder what that could possibly mean. But yeah, Alphonse, with his Giga Chad brain, is already feeling that something's weird. Something is amiss. Clearly, this is too much of a coincidence. He feels something is up. But I wonder, what could it possibly be? What could it possibly be? Oh, I think this one's cut off. Hold on. I need to make this smaller. Okay, never mind. It wasn't cut off. I thought it was. Okay. So chapter 8. Alphonse is like, this is kind of weird. It's kind of suspicious. Kind of odd. So, clearly, if this place looks exactly like our home, we can search the castle's library. Because then they will probably have, like, records, right? Of, like, what's going on here. Or, like, if something happened. And so he's like, okay, I'm gonna go. And he goes. He goes to the library. Everyone tags along because, you know, we're all a gang of friends. We all go to the library. But Leaf shows up and he's like, no, and he attempts to kill Alphonse at the library. But then he defeats Leaf, so Leaf leaves again because he's like, man, I guess I lost, so he leaves. And then Alphonse is like, okay, that was weird. So he finds a book that has this ritual. That has this little ritual that people can do in order to defeat hell. And he's like, oh, that's neat, we can do that. And then he reads it and he's like, huh. Guess we can't do that anymore. Because they find out that the cost of the ritual, which is called the hearts, right? Is that everything dies. So everything in the area dies. If you want to kill death, well, you gotta kill everything. So he's like, oh yeah, we can do this. And then Anna's like, I don't think so, boss. Because, like, if we do it, everything in the area's gotta die. Like, everything. If you want to kill death, you gotta take down everything with you. So they're like, oh, guess we can't do that, huh? And then Leaf comes back again because he came back for a second opportunity. And he's like, oh, you discovered the right. Guess I'll kill you now. And he comes back. Calling it Leaf tried using it, but instead of calling it Leaf tried using it, but messed up and all his friends died. I wonder. Super EOA damage. Anything in the area or the whole world? Basically anything in, like, the entire, like, place you're at. The entire, like, location you're in. Like, it's not just like, oh, if you do it in this town, only the people in this town. No, it's like everything in the entire, like, area, country, town you're in. So after, like, they defeat Leaf for a second time, because he came back for a second round, Leaf is like... Alphonse is like, I know who you are. And Leaf is like... Huh. He's being all edgy and stuff. And Alphonse is like, you're me! You're actually me! Like, all this time, I was fighting myself! But yeah, Leaf is actually Alphonse from the future. So this entire place is Asker in the future. And there's Spider-Man pointing meme. You and I are not so different. Literally him. He was fighting himself, yes. He was fighting a version of himself. Funny enough, in the Japanese version of the theme song, the singer has the same voice as Alphonse does, which also spoils this. Oh no. That does kinda spoil it, huh? But yeah, basically he finds out that Leaf is him. Because when he tried to kill Alphonse the first... I think it was the first or second time. I think it was the first time Sharina interfered. And Leaf was just like, get out of the way! And he didn't hurt Sharina. He only wanted to kill Alphonse, but when it was Sharina, he was like, no, move. So that was one of his tells. And the other one was like, pretty much the Sharina thing. His entire thing was the Sharina thing. It was like, oh, you kinda made a memorial for my sister too. So that's odd. With her favorite flowers. So clearly you're me. So yeah, they find out Leaf is actually not the first king of Asker, as Alphonse initially thought he was, but instead is just his future self. Who would have thunk? I find it funny how much more work this Leaf designs compared to Alphonse. I mean, he's supposed to be edgier Alphonse, I guess. Edgier, dead Alphonse. It was because of the flowers. Pretty much the flowers and the fact that, like, Sharina interfered when Leaf tried to kill Alphonse and he didn't hurt her. he pretty much was like hesitant in attacking Sharina at all. And Sharina was just like, oh, he's probably just a gentleman. He was like, nah, something's up. Something's amiss. And it turned out that it was because he's Alphonse. But future Alphonse. Who would have thunk? Who would have thunk? But yeah, pretty funny coincidence. Who would have thunk it would have actually been him all along? But yes. Pretty much it ends with Alphonse discovering that Leaf is actually just him, but in the future. He's probably just a gentleman. Yeah, that was Sharina's reasoning. Oh, he's probably just a gentleman. But no, that was not it. That was not the reasoning. That was clearly not it. Okay, let me explore the chapter 9 stuff. Chapter 9. And there you go. Okay. Here is chapter... Already the book came out at the same time as Smash Ultimate in the World of Light. One of the earliest edits of Sharina colored plastic. Oh my god. He was a gentleman. I wonder. Okay. So chapter 9. Veronica shows up. She's back. So yeah, Veronica shows up. She's also in the realm of the dead now. She decided to join us. How kind of her. Thanks to Loki. I honestly didn't even include Loki in this because like her contribution is literally just helping Veronica get here. But if you remember book 2, you'll remember who Loki is. But yeah, I honestly didn't bother including Loki because like her entire thing is just helping Veronica get here and that's it. Loki was just Uber. Yeah, it was literally just helping Veronica get here. So it's kind of like, okay. The first in the channel increases throughout the book, so whoever invites Oscar is trying to go for 2. And also invites Emblem because it's right next to her. Pretty much, yeah. Was the traitor sister? Pretty much the sorcerer girl. The sorcerer girl that just like stirred things up back on book 2. Yeah. So Veronica shows up and she's like, hey, so you know like the undead soldiers? They're kind of attacking my kingdom as well. So like, I guess we're gonna have a temporary truce. And they're like, huh? Okay, sure. She's like, okay, I guess I'll call with you guys a temporary truce. Because like, the undead soldiers from, you know, hell, they're kind of like invading my kingdom too. So I guess I'll join you guys. And she joins them. She decides to tag along in order to get rid of hell. Veronica just confusing everyone with this one. They're just like, okay. Oh yeah, they're just like, okay, sure. And she tags along. And her first idea is like, oh, since you visit like the Asker library, why don't we visit the library in my kingdom? You know? Clearly that will help us with the ritual, right? So they do that. They're on their merry way to the library. Veronica goes to the library. And Leaf shows up again. Yeah, giving herself very soon about it. She's very soon. Yeah. So Leaf shows up. And he's like, don't bother doing the ritual. I gotta get rid of you. Like, don't even bother trying to, like, fight hell. Because, like, I'm gonna get in your way no matter what. Because I made a contract with hell. And she told me that if I kill you guys, if I kill the people in your world, for every death that I cause in your world, one person is gonna come back in mine. Because that's the contract that she made with me. Because of all the death that I did when I did the right. Because I tried to do the right to kill hell, but I messed up. And now everybody died. So, in order to, like, pretty much fix that, everybody died. And then Hell killed my sister afterwards, so yeah, yikes. So in order to do that, I decided to do a contract with her. And she said that if I kill someone from your world, someone from mine will come back. Guess Alfonso, again, not listening to himself. Big oopsie, yeah, big oopsie. He tried the right and he messed up. So something kind of cool is that the trailer showing Alfonso Serena dying are actually showing Leaf's version of himself and his Serena. Interesting. This is a super edgy line of my sanity died with them. Yeah, he's like, my sanity died with them. I think that's later though. But I think that's a little bit later when another thing happens. But yeah, he's basically saying like, oh yeah, you gotta go. If I want my people back, you gotta go. And he attacks them again. And then after that entire battle with Leaf where he loses again, Veronica is like, so I found out about like the cost of the ride. But you know, since these bozos already tried it, that means that like the weapon that we need from the ride is probably already here. Like, it's like these bozos already did the ride and messed everything up, so the weapon is probably here and we don't have to do the ride anymore. Because the heart of like, they mentioned like this really complicated name. Because they need like the heart of this creature. And every time like the heart beats, someone dies and stuff. But yeah, Veronica's like, yeah, we may not need to do the ride anymore because these bozos already did it. And clearly the weapon already manifested. It's not like it failed and like, you know, everyone died. So it's not like, you know, the weapon is probably already here. It already spawned. Even though that's not how it works. But allegedly she says that that's how it works. They failed it, but we could just use the weapon. Yeah, that's pretty much her entire plan. It's like, these bozos already did the ride, so clearly the weapon already spawned. Didn't they need everybody to die for the weapon to spawn? Well, that's what happened. Everybody died. Leaf is dead. That's why you can see his ribs here. He's dead too. He's a soldier of the undead, pretty much like how other soldiers of the undead are. He's not alive. It's weird in a pretty spooky way too. Something like every time the heart beats, someone died. Pretty much, yeah. Alright, someone has to live in order to use the weapon to kill Hell. Pretty much, yeah. It's really so dark. Well, everyone dies, so we just borrow their weapon. Yeah, everyone in this world's already dead, so it's fair game. Pretty much. So Veronica's like, well, these guys already like already did the ritual, so that means the weapon is already here. She completely disregards that Leaf mentions that the, you know, entire ritual just kind of failed. But I guess Veronica didn't listen to that part, so she's like, yeah, let's just go look for the weapon. It probably already spawned, so, you know, might as well go look for that. Guess they would be... No, they need the weapon. Like, they did the ritual, but they still need the weapon. The ritual just gives them the weapon. How it failed? I mean, according to Leaf, it failed because it killed everybody. But maybe in reality it didn't fail because that's what it was supposed to do. Maybe they just didn't read the fine print that said, like, if you do this, everybody dies, by the way. So, in their eyes, it failed because, like... I thought he meant his plan failed, not the ritual. No, he basically says the ritual failed because everybody died. But he didn't read the fine print that everybody was gonna die. It failed by not killing Hell and just everyone else. Yeah, Hell didn't die. Hell is still out there. But it did kill everybody else. I went for Leaf of the other world. Not like they'll be using a weapon. Well, yeah. But yeah, basically Leaf says that it failed because, like, someone needs to be alive to kill Hell in the first place, but everybody's dead, so it's kind of like... You know? So in that sense, the plan failed because the ritual kind of killed everybody. So it's like, whoops. Guess I forgot to read the fine print. So, yeah. That's pretty much how it is. That's pretty much how it be. Kinda counterproductive to be using a weapon, you need to be alive. Yeah. I guess they didn't really think that through. What happens when you didn't read the user manual? When you don't read the fine print. It's just like, oh, whoopsies. Guess that wasn't part of the plan, huh? Okay. We're nearing the end. We're getting chapter 10. Chapter number 10. Number 10. This is really short. They should have read the safety warnings. They didn't read the fine print. They didn't really think it through. Chapter 10. Taking Chris into these chapters, I feel having the infographic helps a lot because I don't have to read through like every dialogue like on the other stream. Like on the other stream, I had to read through like every single dialogue section. Okay. So chapter 10. So chapter 10 kind of resumes from Veronica telling them that they can just take the weapon, you know? Because they already did the ride, so... Hey, it's easier for us to just take the weapon, am I right? So they decide to go... I believe the location is called the Blood Temple, where the weapon is, allegedly. But when they arrive there, they get attacked by Thrasir, who turns out to be... Veronica from the future! No way! Why did I write this twice? I wrote this twice. They're just attacked by her, but nothing much happens other than them being attacked by her. Oh my god. I wrote it twice because I guess it happened 2 times. Yes, they get attacked by Thrasir, who is just like, yeah, I saw through your plan because you're literally me, you bozo. Veronica's like, what? How do you figure that out? And she's like, dude, we're literally the same person. I knew you were gonna do this. It happened twice. It might have happened twice. I'm just kind of wondering. But yeah, literally, obviously, they get checkmate. Because Thrasir is literally Veronica, so of course she knew what, you know, current Veronica was gonna do. He's like, dude, I'm literally you. Of course I knew you were gonna try this. You were gonna go in this place. And Veronica's like, man. So yeah, they get attacked by Thrasir. He's just kind of like, give up. You guys can never beat hell. I'm just gonna like kill you and stuff. And they beat Thrasir, and the chapter just kind of ends there. There doesn't really, like, not much happens in this chapter. They don't get the weapon, by the way, because the weapon was not even here. Yeah, the weapon was not even here, so it was kind of just like a waste of time. Oopsies. Hold on, I accidentally swapped the chapter. Yeah, there. Yeah, they didn't even get the weapon because the weapon was not actually here. Thrasir just kind of bamboozled them. So everyone's like angry. That like Veronica's like, oh, you lied, and she's like, no, I didn't lie. Like the book said it was here. Wonder if Helen made the same deal for Thrasir she did if yeah. Both Leaf and Thrasir are pretty much in cahoots together. They're both following the same deal. So Thrasir is also on the side of Hell. She's also like another general for Hell's army. Which is kind of like why she's trying to kill the group as well. But mainly targeting Veronica. She basically made the same deal. Both her and Leaf made the same deal. To kind of like restore both Asker and Emblem. Because when they did the ride, you know, everything went down the drain. But yeah, turns out that the weapon wasn't even here. No way. Does she also lost her kingdom? She did. Yeah, a pretty wholesome relationship, if I remember correctly. Being the only survivors. Yeah, they actually get along. Thrasir and Leaf actually get along. In this version, in their future versions. Well, Thrasir and Leaf being like future Alphonse and Veronica. They actually got along because they both took the deal to revive their world when they did the right. And they actually don't hate each other, like how Alphonse and Veronica are enemies. Thrasir and Leaf are actually like pretty close friends, and Thrasir thinks very dearly of Leaf. Because they're kind of like the only survivors of their own worlds. Essentially. Da-na-na-na. Yeah. They're actually like allies. Both Thrasir and Leaf. Oh wait, hold on. I think one of the layers is wrong here. Why is this one here? Why is this one here? Did I duplicate it? Oh. Okay. I think I fixed it. There you go. One of the layers got messed up. Is this kind of started off as Veronica ship tease? Yeah. Chiaki having the effing music in the background kept playing. This is so good. I put chapter 11 and 12 together because they're essentially very short. Like, I guess essentially like what happens is very short. Like the general summary is very short. So I kind of just grouped those together. Let me get the chapter 11 and 12. Okay. Chapter 11 and chapter 12. Yeah, the fairy book is where it gets kind of long. Okay. Here you go. And then export this. Yeah, chapter 11 and chapter 12 don't have any pictures though, I'm sorry. There wasn't really many pictures I could add for anything. I didn't feel like there were many like specific character events for me to add pictures for. So, these two don't have pictures. When you film the pictures, sorry. These two don't have pictures. Yeah, book 4 is when the writing just started to feel like walls of text. Yeah. It really did. Yeah, this... Sorry if it's off-sided. So yeah, chapter 11. It basically starts with Alphonse concluding that since the weapon was not at the temple that they wasted so much time going to, clearly Leaf must have it. He's like, well, we kind of wasted a bunch of time going here, so clearly it's not in the temple. So clearly Leaf has it. And Alphonse is like, okay, if Leaf has the weapon, if hypothetically Leaf has the weapon, where would he be if I was Leaf, which I kind of am, but not really at the same time. If I was him, where would I be? And he starts like hypothetically thinking of where he would be. And obviously he'll be at the castle. Naturally, he will be at the castle where he always is, back in his kingdom. So he's like, if I was him and I was hiding, I would be at my castle. So he goes to the castle. And he's like, okay guys, we're going to go to the castle. Yeah, he started to figure out his own hiding spot, essentially. And there's this like weird scene with Air. I wasn't sure if to include this, but the chapter 11 already felt like kind of short, essentially. But Air just kind of has like this emotional scene of like, oh, Alphonse and like everybody, I can't be with you guys anymore. I think I need to go back to the realm of the dead because of my mother and stuff. So I think I need to like leave and stuff. I don't know why they included this part, but they have like this weirdly emotional scene of like Air saying like she's gonna go back to her mom. But she doesn't really though. She kind of just has this scene. Everyone's like, no, we love you. Like, don't go. Like, you don't have to go back to her because she's such a bad mom and she doesn't even love you and stuff. So, like, don't leave. And, like, they had that entire scene for, like, some reason. I don't know why they added that in the middle of this, but yeah, I guess that happens. I think I just added it because it already felt very short as it is. Guess they convinced her not to leave. She kind of just stays with them. She ended up staying with them after all, but I don't know why that scene was kind of thrown in there. It kind of felt out of nowhere. But yeah, after that happened, I guess, they arrive at the castle, at the Order of Heroes castle. And Alphonse is like, I found you now, faker! He doesn't actually say that, but he pretty much like arrives at the castle. At the castle where Leaf is. And he's like, okay, time's up. This is the final showdown. Hand over the weapon. The Sonic reference. The Sonic. Chapter 11 Final Map is cool because it's actually just a standard main scheme where your heroes usually hang out. Yeah, the Order of Heroes, pretty much where they go. Yeah, Air had this weird Stockholm syndrome that doesn't really matter, so they convince her to stay so easily. Yeah. But yeah, basically they arrive at the castle, but Leaf is like, nah, if I go down, I'm taking you down with me, Alphonse. And he sets up traps in the castle. And like the chapter ends with basically the traps getting like set off by Alphonse. And you're like, oh no, Alphonse died! But he would never die because he's the main character. But yeah, basically the chapter just ends in a cliffhanger that like Leaf set up a trap in the castle and like Alphonse activates it and everything collapses. But then chapter 12, while Alphonse is being trapped in the rubble or something, the trap basically collapses the castle roof on top of you. Pretty much, yeah. Technically, Alphonse already you know what I mean. And then chapter 12 starts with Alphonse still being MIA after the roof kind of collapses on you because of the trap that Leaf set up. And Sharita kind of just like appears. Leaf is like, okay, he's dead. My job here is done. And Sharita just appears and it's like, Leaf, you don't have to do this. The other Sharina wouldn't want you to do this. She wouldn't want you to hurt other people in order to, like, bring back the people that you killed with the right. She doesn't actually say it like that, but she kind of just tells him to reconsider. And for a second, Leaf is like, you know what? You might have a point. But then Alphonse appears and he kind of like, that entire thing that Sharina was trying to do kind of goes out the window. Like, the moment he sees Alphonse, he's like, okay, back to business it is. Like, he was actually considering giving up on this entire thing, on, like, actually killing, and actually killing them. Because Sharina was also, almost did the talk no jutsu on him. But the moment Alphonse, like, appeared, like, he got out of the, like, the rubble and stuff, he was like, okay, back to killing Alphonse it is. So you survive, break time's over, pretty much. The moment he sees Alphonse, he just starts foaming at the mouth. Yeah. Found the guy who ruined my life, points a mirror. Pretty much. He's like, sorry, gotta go kill Alphonse again, who is me, but yeah. So the talk no jutsu didn't work. Quite unfortunate. But Alphonse has his final showdown against Leaf now that the talk no jutsu kind of failed. Sharina tried her best, but unfortunately his hatred of himself, question mark, was too strong that Leaf felt the need to go back and kill Alphonse. Again, I guess. Try to kill him again. But obviously he loses. She always tries her best and never works. It's so sad. Yeah, it's so sad, man. It's so sad. But yeah, after he loses against Alphonse, Alphonse finds out that Leaf did indeed have the weapon. And it turns out is the same weapon as the summoner. So the summoner has a gun. If you guys have seen like the cutscene, like the first cutscene that was made, It shows the summoner with a gun, which is the one he used to summon heroes. Basically, the weapon to defeat hell is also a gun! Yeah. So, they're like, oh my god, it's like, it's a Breitablick. Like, no way. Ah yes, the most effective weapon against death. Gun! Yes. It turns out like the weapon to defeat hell was also a gun. Kind of like the one the summoner has. And Alphonse is like, oh, so basically, Leaf trusted the summoner, in his world, to kill Hell. But then Hell also died. I mean, then the summoner also died. So it's like, I guess Leaf was sad, and like, he couldn't get over the death of the summoner, and like, he kind of like, Alphonse kind of like starts empathizing with his future self because he's also attached to the summoner, and like, he would also become evil and edgy if the summoner dies, according to him. He lost his bro, yes. You already had the weapon? No, we didn't have the weapon because this version of the weapon is not the same as the one the summoner has. It's a similar version, but it's not the same. It's like the same format, if that makes sense. Like, it's the same format as the Breitablick, but it's not the Breitablick. Funnily enough, with the Issues from later books, there's like 4 or 5 Breitablicks just laying around. So the entire thing was because he lost the summoner. So he was being sad, and he carried the summoner's weapon, essentially. But es lo mismo, pero no es igual. Essentially, yes. It's like the same, but also like not really. That's pretty much it's pretty much how it is. So they retrieve the weapon, and Alphonse kind of like starts empathizing with his dead future self. He's like, maybe you and I were not so different after all, because like, you like the summoner, I like the summoner. I would probably like kill everything if the summoner died, just like you. You know, maybe we're not so different after all. So he kind of like starts empathizing with him, and then he takes the gun. Because the leaf is gone anyway, so might as well take the gun. Might as well take the gun. Everyone loves the summoner. I mean, yeah, everyone loves the summoner. They're technically the same person. What did he mean by that? It's kind of like, have you seen like those, I mean, I'm pretty sure you've seen like movies where people travel to the future, right? And it's like an alternate like future. Essentially, like, while it is you, it's a different version of yourself because it has different memories. You know what I mean? So I think I gotta head out for the night. Good luck with the rest of the stream. Have a good night, Raps. Thank you for stopping by. But essentially, like, while it is him, it's a different version of him because he doesn't behave the same way, if that makes sense. Doesn't behave the exact same way that, like, Alphonse would. Are we nearly finished? We're almost finished with book 3, yes. There's only one chapter in book 3. Only one future, only one world, only one answer. I suppose I just find it funny the line delivery as they're essentially the same. Son el mismo pero no. Essentially, it's him, but it's an alternate universe version that has different life experiences. Pretty much, yeah. Wildly different experiences. He has different experiences, like, you know, Sharina dying in front of him. Essentially, yeah. Sharina dies in front of him. That's like one. They have essentially different life experiences. So, while they are the same person, they don't exactly behave fully the same. Like, the core personality might be the same, but, like, essentially they're not fully the same. It's kind of hard to, like, explain it. Yeah, Sharina and literally everyone else dying is a pretty big difference. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, let me get chapter 13. Chapter 13, Control Z. Dun 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 dun. Chapter 13. Okay. Edit. Change canvas size. And resize this to yoink this. Gotta yoink it. Yoink. Yoink. And then... Where's the export? Chapter 13. I should have made a folder for these. Okay. Then... This one does have a picture though. I put a picture of Hell because it's been a while since I put a picture of Hell, and I wasn't sure if you guys forgot what she looked like. But yes, that's Hell. That's a woman, by the way. Okay. So, chapter 13. It starts with Hell demanding Air to kill the summoner. So, Hell is like, I know that you guys have the Braid-a-Blick, Death Edition. I know you guys have the Braid-a-Blick that can actually kill Death. So, I want you to kill the summoner. And you're gonna do it. I don't care what you have to say. You're gonna do it. You're gonna kill him. So, Air is forced to kill the summoner. The Braid-a-Blick Death Edition, exactly. To specify she's a woman. I feel like it might not be very easy to tell. Yeah, she's actually in panic mode. Yeah, she's in panic mode. I hope I fell asleep to Chiaki. Is my voice really that relaxing? I feel like in this particular stream, I feel it might not be very relaxing. So that's how the summoner died for leave. I mean, the summoner died when he did the right. Essentially, everybody died when, you know, both Leaf and Thracier did the right. But yeah, Eric kind of like approaches the summoner. He's like, okay, I guess I gotta do it. It pushes the summoner to kill them, and she kills them. And she's like, okay. I did what you wanted to. I did, what you wanted me to do. So, I killed the summoner. So now, before anything, I want to know the whole deal about my memories. Because I kept having these memories about seeing, like, a lady in white and, like, heavenly stuff and the like. So, I want to know what's up with that. Didn't they say the last chapter that Leaf gave something to a summoner? Pretty much the weapon to kill Hell. Leaf gave it to the summoner, but the summoner died. Yeah. Really, your voice is really relaxing and super comfy here. Really suits her so. Aw, thank you. Kagi's in my dreaming, so she's very far away saying things with a muffled voice. Oh no. Yeah, Hell was even the fake mother. Pretty much, yeah. He reveals the truth about Air's memories. And she's like, oh, I'm not actually your mom, by the way. I actually killed your parents. And then I pretty much messed with your memories. So you would think I was your mom. And that way it'll be easier to manipulate you and pretty much steal all your lives. So... yeah, it turns out that Hell was never Air's mom. But instead, she stole her as a child, killed her parents, and brainwashed her into thinking that Air was, pretty much, Hell was her mom. When that wasn't the case. She was lying the whole time, who would have guessed? Yeah, she was lying the whole time, who would have guessed? And while that entire thing is going on, and Air's like, no way, you lied to me! Alphonse is like, ahaha, psych! You've been bamboozled. The summoner is not actually dead. And it turns out that Air didn't actually kill the summoner. She kind of just made him seem like he was dead. But he didn't die. The summoner didn't die. So then, essentially, Alphonse is like, Veronica, do the chant. And then Veronica, like, speedruns the chant. And then, like, after she speedruns the chant, Alphonse is like, summoner! Gun! Shooter! And then he shots Hell, and she's like, no! When she dies. Yes, essentially what happens. She dies, and then, like, And then Air is like, oh, well, her mom is dying. That's not really her mom, but I guess her mom in her eyes, question mark? She's like, oh, like, even if you were evil, I consider you my mom because I had a memory of you, like, actually, like, cradling me as a baby. And Hell is just like, no. I just did it so you would, like, take me as your mom. And she's like, no, I really felt like there was some love in there. And then Hell is just like, you delusional. And then she dies. And then she straight up dies. Yeah, she really tries to, like, sympathize with Hell as she dies. But Hell was just like, no. I really just did this because I wanted your power. That's pretty much it. The cutscene gets a little more in depth with the scene. Air distracts Hell with a dagger thrower. Alphonse clashes with Hell, with Leaf giving him help, and Thursier helps Veronica with the chant. I don't think Leaf actually helps him. It's more like Hell sees him as Leaf. But yeah. Essentially, they kind of just have like, they kind of just distract Hell. But she really was the Lulu. I mean, just look at Hell. Nah, I just hate you. Pretty much. Hell keeps being a jerk even when dying. Yeah, she was evil through it. At first I saw it as spiritual help. I don't know, I feel like it wasn't really like spiritual help. Because it never felt like Leaf actually reconsidered and was gonna help him. You know what I mean? Like, he was never like, oh yeah, after all this fight, I'm gonna help you. Like, it never really felt like that. Same with Thursier. I have heard, like, situations of, like, cutscenes... some of the promo cutscenes not being fully accurate to what happened in the book. But, I don't know. I'm straight up evil. I hate you with every fiber of my being. But yeah, essentially, Hell dies. She's dead now. She's dead! Yippee! Yippee! She's gone. We can all go back to our world. And essentially, Book 3 ends. And the end. Book 3 is over now. Yippee! The Wicked Witch is dead. Death died. Death is dead. Essentially, Death is dead. She's been slain! You did it! Yippee! Death is dead, yay! Yippee! We weren't dying in 9 days. We weren't dying in 9 days for quite a while. But yeah, essentially, she's gone now. And all the undead soldiers are gone. Everything is saved! Yippee! Yeah, that's essentially, Book 3. That's how it happened. Funk. That's essentially how Book 3 happened. I wonder if we'll even have time for Book 4. Don't worry, Air still takes care of Hell's actual job, so Dime still works like Dirbot. Just nobody gets cursed anymore. Essentially. As I'm still missing chapter 13. I probably won't cover as it's kind of a monologue, but there's so many follow-up where Loki and her sister, who usually doesn't show up in the story, resurrect, leave their steer into a weird team. Yeah, the whole epilogue thing, yeah. I read a little bit of it and I dissociated it. Yeah, I told the utmost you'll be able to do half of the book. And everything goes back to normal, like nothing happened. It's about to be 3 hours, so up to you on Book 4. I mean, I mostly have everything except chapter 13, so... That's the one chapter I don't have, like, a little infographic for. Already 3 hours, not even half. It's almost 3 hours. Almost 3 hours, essentially. I'm gonna leave this like 2 hours and Book 4 is way worse. Yeah. Admittedly, to be fair, I'm not sure how much of it was the actual explanation and how much how much of it was actually me just setting up stuff for Book 4. So I don't know. Like, I don't know if we'll finish book 4, essentially. Like, I have most of book 4 done. I just don't have chapter 13. Oh, God. I just didn't have the mythical chapter 13. I don't have the little, my little infographic. But yeah, I don't know how that's gonna go. I don't know how that's gonna go. Book 4 is when I stopped playing. Did they ever show Fiora? Should we still alive after book 2? I don't think so. Not that I know of, no. Not that I know of. Like, they show Fiora was alive in an epilogue. Probably the epilogues that were released later. Probably those. To be honest, I doubt we would have enough time to reach 13. You think so? Yeah, she's still alive and actually got better in an epilogue Tempest Trials thingy where Niffle, the god of Niffle, recruit her to find Muspel, the god of Muspel. I wonder if we should try book 4. Like, I feel like we might not even finish it, so... I don't know. We might not finish book 4. That's real. To reach at least half of book 4, you would need to stream past midnight. Would I? I don't know. Because I have the infographic here. So it's a little bit easier than having to read, like... dialogue by dialogue. Okay, so is the option for and your rest have a comfy dinner not late. We'll follow whatever you decide to do. I forgot I did make tea, but I didn't go get... I made tea, but I didn't actually want to get it. I made tea before the stream. But I should probably go get the tea. So it's probably cold, but... I'll see. Tea probably cold, it very much is. You're really fast with book 3. I think you can get through most of book 4. It should only be the last few chapters that we don't get if we don't finish it. Yeah, I think it's probably the last few chapters. Especially because I don't have, like, chapter 13 done. But I think I'll go get tea. And then I'll be right back. So, I think it's readable. Okay. I'll go get that. So I'll be right back. So BRB. I return. Hello. I am back. Apparently the tea was still room temperature. Also, Reaper, thank you so much for the super. Ato, thank you so much for the super. And Colt, thank you so much for the super. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back. Thank you. Ready, Katsus. And Chiaki, I won't have time to listen to book for explanation. I'll call it a day here. Have the best of times. You did so well. Aki with the infographic was a lot of fun. Thank you. I'm glad you guys liked it. Wasn't sure how just silly, goofy. I guess this format for the silly, goofy idea will go. Okay, let me get the thing for book 4. I guess I'll see how far we go. We shall see how far we go with book 4. I don't know if we're really gonna get to chapter 12, but we'll see. Who knows? Maybe we actually reach chapter 12. Maybe. Yeah, call it there you feel like. Yeah. Okay. Then... Okay. Chapter 1. Yeah, we might not make it all the way, but we'll just see how far I can get. Yeah, we might not make it all the way. If anything, if we don't make it all the way, that gives me time to finish the last chapter. If anything. Folder. Arc. Then chapter 1. Okay. I have chapter 1. The rest of Shiko's will be you finishing for the next time. I don't know. You guys even want the next time? I don't know how entertaining these types of, like, I guess explanation. I don't know if they're called deep dives. I don't know. I think deep dive is not the accurate term. I mean, I guess it kind of is a deep dive in a sense. Also, hi Birch. Welcome. In a sense, it kind of is a bit of a deep dive. I've been enjoying them. We weren't even expecting a second stream, but they're fun, always welcome. I'd love for you to keep doing this. It's really fun. You made going through the lore really interesting. Okay, canvas size. Okay. Let me get the picture for the first chapter of the fairy book, which is book number 4. I made a folder because it's becoming a bit of a mess. It's becoming a bit too messy. Oh god, I think this one's a little bigger. Hold on. Can I please move the... Okay, there you go. Oh, it wasn't that big. I mean, usually the first setting chapter is not too crazy. Okay. Let me grab the cursor. There you go. So, chapter number 1. That's all it takes to be making into silly rants or way to pee. Touche. I wasn't sure like how entertaining these would be. But I'm glad you guys like them. I'm glad you guys like these, like, I guess, semi-deep dives, question mark? Yeah, chapter 1 never goes off the rails, except book 7. Jeez. Okay, so chapter 1. It begins with people suddenly falling into a sleeping spell. Which is quite something. I wonder what that could mean. So, Henriette, Alphonse, and Sharina's mom... He's like, hey, so a bunch of people have been falling asleep. And that's kind of weird. It's not like people sleep or anything, but they kind of... It's like a Sleeping Beauty sort of situation where everyone just falls asleep. And I want you guys to investigate the village, see what's going on, see what's up, why are people falling asleep. I'm gonna give you this magic incense, which apparently is called a redolent sensor. And this thing should keep you guys awake. So you guys can, like, take this, go into the village, and use the incense so you guys don't fall asleep. So they're like, okay, we'll do that. They take the incense, they go into the village, dun 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 dun, they march over to the village. What kind of name is Rattle Incenser? I don't know. When I read through it, I was like, why is it called that? But yeah, it's basically just magic incense. But yeah, they go to the village, but they start falling asleep, so I guess the incense just didn't work. They pretty much like... They go and they fall asleep. And they start having nightmares. They start having nightmares of like former enemies. Like enemies that they fought before. They start seeing nightmares about that. They're like, oh no, like they're alive? No way, they should be dead. But no, they start seeing former enemies from other books appear. But luckily for them, this little creature, Peony, manages to rescue Alphonse from the nightmares by just saying, nightmares, nightmares, go away, shoo shoo, and somehow that makes it better and that works. But this girl here, her name is Peony. She's a light elf from the land of dreams, also known as Liosalfheimer. I actually had to look up how to say this. The Liosalfheimer. And I think I still butchered it anyway, even after I googled it. But yeah, she's a light elf. She has another name, but I didn't. I just put light elf for ease. Leo? Yeah, it's pronounced more like Leo, not pronounced like Logio. No, it's kind of pronounced as Lyo, but it's spelled like that. Yeah, the names are way too Norse. No one knows how to actually say them. Yeah, at least from like the person that pronounced it, they pronounce it more as Leo rather than L. Like it's spelled as LGO, but its closer pronunciation was Leo from what I could find. So yeah. So yeah, she's a little light elf from the land of dreams that came to help them. And everything is fine because Alphonse wakes up. And he meets Peony, and Peony seems to be a very friendly individual. And chapter 1 just ends with him meeting Peony. Because, you know, it's a setup chapter, so not much happens in a setup chapter. Other than just setting up what things are gonna be. And as you notice, there's the word dreams there. I wonder where this could go. I wonder where this could possibly go. But yes, chapter 1 is a very, very simple. Essentially, not much happens. Just the basic setup of how things are gonna go. Not too crazy. The dreams foreshadowing. Essentially, the dreams foreshadowing. I wonder what could that possibly mean? I don't know. I wonder. I have no clue. Do you know? Okay, so after that, we have chapter number 2. Chapter número 2. Oh god, here we have the names again. This starts with the group waking up at Liosalfheimer. I probably butchered it. Just ignore that. I'm trying my best. But yes, when they wake up, when Peony wakes them up, they realize that they're in the land of dreams. I played through these books, I still don't know. I was like too less when I played it. Yeah, it gets really confusing, honestly. They wake up in the land of dreams. And everyone's like, oh wait, this is the land of dreams, that's weird. And they notice that someone's missing. Someone's not here. Who could it be? It's the summoner. They notice that the summoner is missing, and it's like, not the summoner. Not my OC. Not my character. Not me in the game. How can you not be there? You're not there. You're gone. You got lost in the way to nap time. Yeah, you're not there. And Alphonse is like, no, where's the summoner? No way. And he starts like panicking and going crazy. And Peony's like, oh, don't worry. The dream fairy Or the Dream King, Freyr. He probably knows where your friend is. So we could just go visit him. And they're like, okay, sure. I guess we could do that. You know, I guess we don't have any other leads, so I guess we're gonna do that. And Peony kind of like takes them. They're on their way. She kind of needs to take them to a very specific area so they can meet the king. But unfortunately, someone appears. And that's Triandra, which is a dark elf who is from the land of nightmares. Do you see a theme? I wonder what it could be. And she tries to stop them. She's like, nah, I'm gonna keep making nightmares for everybody because I think that's very cool and I like putting nightmares on people. So she kind of like shows up to stop them, but she gets defeated as per usual. How are we supposed to get the girls if we're not there? You guys are gone. But yeah, it gets defeated. Triandra's gone. So after Triandra's gone, after she got defeated, Peony's like, okay, so we're in this place, and the only way to reach our king is entering a dream within a dream. Yes, this is gonna be a theme, by the way. So you guys gotta enter a dream within a dream. Right now, you're in the land of dreams, but you gotta go to sleep, so you enter a dream within a dream in order to meet Freyr, who is the Dream King. Is it like monsters and they get their power from fear? Not necessarily. Yeah, the whole dreamception. Yep, this is gonna be a theme, by the way, in the fairy arc. So yes, in order to reach King Freyr, they have to fall asleep and dream. So they have to... They're already in the land of dreams, so essentially they're already dreaming by default. But now they gotta fall asleep in the land of dreams to enter a dream within a dream, so then they can visit King Freyr. And then everyone just kind of like... Alphonse is skeptical. He's a skeptic by nature, so he doesn't really... He's kind of like, I don't know about that one, too. But everyone else kind of just goes along with it, and he's like, okay, guess I have to. So he does, and they go to eat. It's kind of like them getting power from fear and negative thoughts. Kinda. In a way, kinda. Alphonse takes a nap. He does. So chapter 2 ends with them falling asleep in the dream realm. So they can reach Freyr. So far, not too crazy. Except the dream within a dream. But it's gonna get worse. Don't worry, it's gonna get worse. It's essentially gonna get worse. Like right now, it may not seem like too bad, but it's gonna get worse. Just as a general warning. Oh boy. If it's that crazy, when we already have Dreamception, then we're in for a doozy. Yeah. Yeah. It's quite something. We're just on chapter 2, so you may think it's not too crazy. But I beg to differ. We need a clearer mind for this one. It's just gonna get crazier from here. That's just how it is. Okay, chapter 3 saved. Okay, and then essentially edit, change canvas size. Chapter 4. Okay, get chapter 4. Then crop, and then what is this? What is this song? I don't really recognize the song. Okay, explore. Oh wait, not a JPEG. I want PNG. That's higher res. Give me the PNG. PNG. Okay, fairy arc. I made a specific folder for the fairy arc. Chapter 4. Save. Yeah, how's your clue what this song is? I don't think I recognize it. Okay, chapter 3. Here's chapter 3. Is it? No. Okay, there you go. It is full in here. Okay, so chapter 3. It starts with Alphonse and friends meeting the Dream King. We got to meet the man, the myth, the legend, King Freyr. He's the Dream King of Liosalfheimer. And he's like apparently all-knowing according to Peony. And he's like, oh, I know you guys want to leave, so I'll give you this horn. I didn't even write the name because at this point I just couldn't be, it had a very hard name, so, and I feel like you guys wouldn't even like remember it either because he has a very complicated name. He has a very complicated name, but essentially it's a horn that they need to sound at the Dream Gate in order to escape. That's essentially what it is. And they're like, alright, okay, we're gonna go to the Dream Gate, sound the horn, but you can't sound the horn until you get rid of the dark elves that are causing the nightmares. So you gotta do that first. You can't sound the horn until all the Dokalfar are gone. And you can then sound the horn. Yeah, don't blame me for not writing the name. It's not important to know what it's called. Yeah, it's not really important. But on their way to the Dream Gate, they encounter Plumeria. Yeah, you can read. You can read what she does. She is a dark elf responsible for those types of dreams. For indecent type of dreams. Yeah, the Riddaloo Dreams Fairy. Essentially, yeah, the Riddaloo Dreams Fairy. And they beat her. And that's it. That's it. That's essentially it. She kind of just like blocks her way. They beat her. And she leaves. And after that, Alphonse is like, okay, we're probably getting closer to finding the summoner. I believe it in my gut. I believe it in my heart. He doesn't have any proof, but like, you know, he's gotta, maybe if he starts by fooling himself, he'll eventually believe it. So yeah, he tells himself he's gonna find the summoner, despite like having to probably take a bit of a side tour to get rid of the dark elves before they can sound the horn. He's like, that's fine. I'll find the summoner. I'll do whatever it takes, but I'll find the summoner. He's basically becoming kind of Delulu, a little Delulu, essentially. A little Delulu. But you know what they say. You gotta believe it. Delulu Alphonse. Yeah, he's a tiny bit Delulu. Just a little bit, not too much. The essential amount, as they say. Okay, that's how chapter 3 ends. I don't think I exported chapter 4. Wait, did I export it chapter 4? I have it like ready, but I don't think I exported it. Just a tad bit. Just a tad bit. Don't worry, he's gonna get more Delulu. He's gonna get more Delulu. Right now he's not Delulu. Not yet. At the very least. Oh wait, I did have chapter 4 exported. Okay. Chapter 4. So with that promise he made, Peony leads Alphonse and company to the Dream Gate. They're like, okay, we're gonna go to the Dream Gate. We got rid of the Dokalfar in the area, so clearly we can go to the Dream Gate and then like sound the horn. Unfortunately, Trianda gets in the way and she acts as a distraction against Peony, so Peony can't lead them to the gate. And they have to fight her. And why does she act as a distraction? You're gonna see later. You're gonna see why Triandra is here to like interfere. And after Triandra leaves and like all the Dokalfar seem to be gone, Alphonse, he sounds the horn. He's like, okay, they're gone now. So clearly we can like sound the horn and leave, right? It's just that easy. Even though it's barely chapter 4. Silly, silly boy. He thought he could really end the fairy arc on chapter 4? That's funny. But in his heart, he thinks that's all he needs. In his heart, he's just like, okay, that's clearly all I need. You know, just get rid of the dark elves, sound the horn, and get out. Easy. Because Freyr told him, like, oh, if you sound the horn, the summoner is probably, if he is here, he's probably gonna get out, and, you know, you're gonna find him again. He's like, okay, I believe that. Sure. Up on our elves and you're in a dream is all an illusion. In his heart, he's like, okay, I just have to get rid of the dark elves, I sound the horn, and then I go home. Easy, right? Easy. But meanwhile, they were busy with that. Freya? I don't know how you say her name. Freya. I'm gonna call her Freya. Freya and the other Dokalfar kidnapped Freyr because everyone was gone. And, he was by himself. Heads up, Freya's a little weird. She's the queen of the dark elves who likes her brother a little too much. Like, a little too much. She constantly talks about like how her brother wastes time caring for humans and whatever. Cause she kind of thinks like her brother should spend more time thinking about her instead. She likes her brother a little too much. Just a little too much. But yeah, you'll see. She's just a really clingy sister. I really wish it was just that. I really wish it was just that. And not something else. But the implications kind of imply is something else. Okay. And then it pretty much ends with Freyr getting kidnapped by Freya. That's essentially how it ends. I wish it was just her being clingy, not her just being a giant brocon. Yeah, I really wish it was just that. Really wish it was just that and not anything else. But alas, it be what it be. She carries a Freyr plushie, one of her old costumes. Of course she does. I wonder why. For how he's built up, Freyr is really kind of pathetically weak. He kind of is. He kind of doesn't really do much. He's kind of like, Peony's like, oh, he's like all wise and like he's all powerful and stuff. But then he kind of just sits there and gets kidnapped. So it's like, is he really that powerful? It doesn't seem like it. So he's kind of like pathetically weak. In comparison to like what they make you believe. He's kind of just like there and just gets kidnapped. Yeah, Freyr just kind of chills there and lets it happen. And he's strong. Just summon him and see. I mean, unit-wise, yeah. Story-wise, doesn't seem like it. Freyr was bad in the story, but he's a menace in either way. They put all his stats in the unit, but not in the actual story. Okay. Chapter 5! Everyone wakes up! It turns out that the horn actually worked. Wow, that's crazy. That means they're finally out, right? Right? Well, something's up. Alphonse wakes up and everyone wakes up. It's like, oh, we're finally back! Yay! It's all good now, right, guys? So, where's the summoner? And everyone's like, who? What are you talking about? Who's the summoner? Like, I don't know who the summoner person is. And Alphonse is like, you know, the summoner. The character, the OC, the self-insert that we have spent like 4 other books with? Like 3 other books with? That summoner? You guys know who the summoner is, right? You guys gotta be kidding. You can't really... You can't really be serious, right? They're like, Alphonse, you're kind of crazy. I don't know who this summoner is. Like, there's never been a summoner, silly. That's just a legend. Like, that's just a legend. You're crazy. Kinda crazy. Like, what even, Alphonse? You've been reading too many legends. Like, what even? The summoner's not real, silly. And Alphonse is having a bit of a mental breakdown because nobody seems to remember the summoner except him. He's like, I remember the summoner. We're like besties and stuff. Like, how could you guys not remember the summoner? And he's like low-key losing it a little bit. I would say more than a little bit. A little bit is an understatement. Yeah, they pretty much call him a legendary person from a distant past. Pretty much, yeah. And while Alphonse is like having a mental breakdown, he can't catch a break because Searcher shows up again. And if you don't remember who Searcher is, he's the guy that's obsessed with fire and that likes to tell random fun facts about like how being burned alive is probably the worst way to go down. And he's also the villain of book 2. But he was just an illusion because they're actually having nightmares still. They're still having nightmares, but like everyone else thought he was real until he kind of just like vanished into thin air. And Alphonse was like, oh god, we're still having nightmares. I thought we were finally out of here. Like, that's crazy. It doesn't make any sense. Searcher is somehow still alive or not? No, it was just a nightmare. Also, hi, Pedro. Welcome. But yeah. Oh. And after that entire, like, debacle where Alphonse has his life flash in front of his eyes because having to relive the nightmare that was beating Searcher, they run into Peony, who tells them that, hey, the king has been kidnapped, by the way, and she helps everyone remember the summoner. Searcher was the burning villain? Yeah, he was the fire villain from book 2. He was the guy that was obsessed with, like, telling you how burning alive is the worst way to go down ever. That guy. That's Searcher. That's him. That's the man. But yeah, essentially, Peony shows up and helps everyone remember about the summoner. So Alphonse is not the Lulu anymore. Yippee! Peony helped everyone remember that the summoner is indeed real and not just a figment of Alphonse's imagination. So now he's fine now. He's not crazy and he doesn't feel like he's slowly losing it. Even though he might still be slowly losing it. But in his heart, he's not slowly losing it anymore because now everyone believes him that the summoner is real. And that he didn't just make them up. But yes, pretty much the chapter ends with Peony telling everybody that King Freyr got kidnapped and they gotta go rescue him. Because if King Freyr is gone, then the entire like whole dream realm is just gonna go kaput. It's just gonna fall apart. So they kinda need to bring him back, even though he was kind of just chilling there when they met him. But yeah, I need to go get him back. The summoner is real. The summoner was real this entire time. Kinda crazy. Crazy stuff. Okay, then let me get chapter 6. It'll all go very bad if he stays kidnapped. Exactly. So we gotta rescue him. This is important. This is important stuff. But summoner is not even a word. It is a word. It is. It very much is. Okay, chapter number 6. Let me get chapter 7 ready so it's easier to just crop it. I'm trying to like at least leave them pre-cropped so it's at least easier. I have to zoom out a lot because my canvas is very long, so I can make everything fit. Okay, this here and yeah. Okay. Then chapter 6. Come on. So, now that they know that the king has been kidnapped by his weird sister and they gotta go rescue him, Peony is like, we're gonna need someone to help us. We're gonna need someone that is in the kingdom of Asker that can help us. Like another light elf that's in the kingdom of Asker to help us. And I know this girl. Her name is Mirabilis. So we're gonna go look for her. In order to prevent the great catastrophe that is known as the waking dream. Which essentially means that dreams are gonna influence reality. Which is what's going on right now. This is essentially what's going on right now. The dreams are influencing reality. Mirabilis is my beloved. She's barely relevant, but she's really cute and ippy. She is an ippy girl. And then guess who appears? It's your girl, Veronica. She's back. She shows up to the group. And she's like, hey, so I'm kind of looking for Xander and my brother, Zacharias. So I guess I'll tag along with you guys so I can find them. Mirabilis has favorite design personality of the OC fairies. Seems she's so irrelevant. Yeah, she doesn't really appear too much. Unfortunately. Peony is kind of like the main... I guess her and Freya and... Veronica doesn't even have an excuse anymore. Just wants to be involved, but is soon about it. Exactly. She's like, oh, like my brother and Xander, they kind of went on like this, like, on this journey. And I want to look for them. So I guess since you guys are like here, I would tag along with you guys till I find like Xander and like Zacharias. And just as she says that, they run into nightmares. Nightmares in the form of Xander and Zacharias. I honestly didn't even bother adding Xander and Zacharias because this is the only time they appear and it's not even actually them. It's just nightmares of them. This is the only time they show up. And I didn't even bother adding it because it's like they just appear and Veronica's like, oh my god, brother, you're here. And then Alphonse just like quizzes him. It's like, are you the real Zacharias? And he asks him like a very specific question. He kind of like starts telling him like, oh yeah, like you should tag along with us, Zacharias. I will pretty much like, I'll have you like help my friend. My friend knows the way and she can like help you guys like leave this realm and stuff. And Zacharias is like, oh yeah, sure, I'll let her help us. Like, I'll listen to her, I guess. Even though I don't believe her entire, like, spiel about dreams and, like, we're in a dream or whatever. And Alphonse is like, aha! How do you know she was a girl? I never said she was a girl. I only said friend. And basically catches fake Zacharias in an aha moment and they realize he's a nightmare. That's essentially what happens. So it's kind of like it's kind of irrelevant, honestly. It kind of just happens and Veronica's like, brother! And Alphonse is like, that's not your brother, that was a nightmare. And then she's like, oh. Alphonse gonna keep with the Among Us style call out. Pretty much like, it's with the Among Us style call out. He's like, oh yeah, Zacharias, you should tag along with us. My friend here knows the way, and she told us like we're trapped inside a dream, and Zacharias is just like, oh, even though he's being like really skeptical, he's like, sure, I'll listen to what she has to say. And then Alphonse just catches him in an aha moment. Alphonse is quite deductive. This is the second time he does an Among Us call out. Yeah, this is the like he's done like Among Us call outs before. He did it on book 2, and he does it on book 4 too. He likes doing his little Among Us call-outs. From time to time, I guess. But yeah, he pretty much did it in book 2. And he did it in book 4 as well. With the Nightmare Zacharias. Which is a little irrelevant bit because that happens and nothing of value was really lost other than Veronica just being like, no, my brother! And then Alphonse just being like, that wasn't your brother, you silly goose. That wasn't even your brother. That was a faker. And she's like, oh, okay. And then Alphonse and then Veronica's like, so now that like we defeated like the nightmare of my brother or whatever, how do you know my brother? Like tell me like what do you guys used to do? Like she kind of starts asking him about like any sort of like memories about Zacharias. She's like, oh yeah, like why do you care about Zacharias so much? It's kind of weird. Like I don't remember my brother getting along with you. So like you kind of seem to care about my brother a lot, so like tell me, well, any fond memories you have with him? And then like Alphonse starts realizing that like he forgot his memories with Zacharias. Like he knows Zacharias exists, but he doesn't remember like any sort of like memories with him. He just knows like he's a guy and like apparently he cares about this guy, but he doesn't know why he cares about this guy other than essentially just him existing, and somewhere in his brain he's like, I thought this guy was neat. She wants all the deets about Bruno's secret life with the Order of Heroes, pretty much. When your enemy knows more about your brother than you do. Yeah, that's kind of sad. Oh, why the dream rail is getting over them. Bro forgot about hanging out with his best friend. Yeah, he basically started having a bit of like an identity crisis. Because he was like, I'm starting to forget about Zacharias. This is bad. Like, this is bad. I don't remember my time of anything before the summoner. Like, I know Zacharias is real, but like, I straight up don't like remember any memories with him. And Veronica's just like, that's bad. She says like something like very, very like plain. She's not like, oh no, like concerned. She's just like, that sounds like trouble. Or like, that's bad. She kind of like says something like that. Alphonse becoming a true JRPG amnesiac for time. He's starting to forget. He really is starting to forget. But yes, basically the chapter ends with like Alphonse realizing that he's starting to forget about his memories before the summoner. Veronica has a tendency for underreaction to situations, and it makes her great comedy. She does. It's just like, oh no. Guess that sucks. Oh well. Yeah, Veronica's not amused in a matter of everything. Yeah, a matter of fact about everything. It's just like, oh, guess that sucks, man. That's unfortunate. Man, if only. Yeah, she has very like muted reactions about things. But yeah, essentially it just ends in that. That's pretty much how it goes. Okay, now chapter 7. We're already going through this pretty fast. I feel like these infographics really helped. These infographics really were really helpful actually. I feel like it makes me go through things much faster than having to read every single dialogue. Okay. Chapter 7. Bow, 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 bow. Okay. I think I cropped it a bit too much. Down, down. Okay. Yeah, this is why I said it'll probably be fun to book for, since the infographic really does speed it up a ton. That's totally a thing people say when someone came to you can say, I'm losing it. Having an info summary sure helps a lot. It really does. Actually, let me make it a little bit bigger. Okay. There you go. Okay, so chapter 7. The groom meets up with Mirabellis, the Eepy girl. The Eepy Light Elf Fairy girl. Honestly, her entire section is just her being Eepy. And like them asking like, okay, so can you help us find the king? And then she's like, sure. And then she falls asleep again. That's an entire like thing. Until the group is until they finally get her to like until the group is intercepted by Triandra, because she's gonna keep like she's gonna keep intercepting them over and over and over again. And Mirabilis is eventually, after Veronica pretty much threatens her, she agrees to lead the group to Dokalheimer, to the pretty much the land of the nightmares, pretty much. Let me help. Sorry, I was sleeping. I'll help now. Sorry, I fell asleep pretty much. I'll be honest, I'm trying Mirabilis even got a picture and she barely does anything. I see this little happy girl's my favorite of the fairies. I mean, I have to put a picture of who she was. But yeah, eventually, after Veronica pretty much threatens Mirabilis because she keeps falling asleep after every sentence. And she's like, you're gonna take us or what? And she's like, okay. And then eventually she agrees to lead the group to the land of nightmares. But then Trianda interferes again. Then Trianda comes back. She attempts to interfere again. And she's kind of blocking their way so they can't go to the land of nightmares. That would be the best, but have Plumeria. Yeah. So eventually Veronica is like, okay, fine, I guess I'll distract them. She's like, I'll stay behind to fight Trianda and any of the other, like, I guess, dark fairies that are here. And you guys can go to the land of nightmares. She stays behind. She doesn't go along with the group. She decides to pretty much help the group by staying behind to fight Trianda because she keeps getting in the way. So she's like, okay, I'll stay behind. And she stays behind while everyone else continues onward to the land of nightmares. And in this, at the very end of chapter 7, there is a foreshadowing dream. In this dream, it's a bunch of question marks, honestly. But I wasn't gonna listen to the audio, so I just clicked on the question marks. And basically, it's a foreshadowing dream of how Sharina actually met both Freyr and Freya. Because, she has been mentioning, like, throughout the entire book, she kind of just, like, mentions in passing that, like, oh, I kind of recognize Peony. I kind of, like, remember being in, like, the land of fairies or whatever. And she kind of, like, mentions it throughout the book during different chapters. I honestly didn't want to add every single time she mentioned it. But I added this instance only because I wasn't gonna add every time she would like pop in conversation and say, Alphonse, I think I've been here. I feel like I've been here before. Because she mentions it so much that like I wasn't gonna add every instance because it would just be like Sharina mentions that she's been here before. Sharina mentions that she recognizes Peony. Sharina mentions again that she's been here before. And it would have been so many times of me just mentioning that over in the infographic. So, throughout these past 6 chapters, she constantly mentions about how she feels like she recognizes Peony. She feels like Peony is familiar. And how she feels like the land of dreams is like familiar, like she feels like she's been here before. Despite Peony not fully remembering who she is. She's like, oh, I mean, we meet a lot of kids, but maybe you were among those. Time kind of flows differently here, so it'll be kind of hard for me to tell, like, you know, when I met you. Brother C, I'm relevant. Yeah, I only included this of all her dreams that she has. Not dreams, but like, I guess times that she mentions. And sometimes dreams too. Of the foreshadowing dream of Sharina meeting both Freyr and Freya. Because this is gonna be important later. So that's why I mentioned that at the end of this chapter. They're pretty much Sharina has met these two. This is still inside the dream, right? No. Right now they're on Asker. But like it got influenced by nightmares and stuff. And now they're going to the land of nightmares. So hi. Welcome, Rocky and Trash Pants. Hope you guys had a good stream. so much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. I am attempting to explain the plot of Fire Emblem Heroes. Emphasis on trying to explain the plot of Fire Emblem Heroes. It's quite the stream to arrive. Quite the stream to arrive. Yeah, it's a very convoluted plot. What we missed. We're in chapter 7 of book 4. It's fine. The books don't really tend to be connected to each other, so it's fine. Is there a bullet point version? I wish. This is already the bullet point version. This is already the bullet point version. This is already very summarized. This is the bullet point version. Yes. It would be way longer if I actually included exactly everything. So yeah, this is the bullet point version. But yeah, for the people that don't know me, I'm the powerful and tubular Maine Coon hacker, Chiaki Katsumi. And today we are just going through the Fire Emblem Heroes lore, which is the mobile gacha game. But yeah, essentially this is the bullet point version. She simplified it as much as she can. It's still going to be complicated, especially if you just rated it. Yeah, it is still gonna be complicated. Because this book is very complicated. It has a lot of like dreaming and going into dreams inside dreams and stuff like that. So essentially, it's gotta be this is like one of the hardest books to explain. Yeah, we're halfway to the most convoluted story in the game. Yeah, and it's only gonna get like more convoluted from here on out. It only gets more convoluted. So we're doomed. Naruhodo, I'm so sorry. Essentially. Happy early birthday, but it's not my birthday though. Wouldn't it be like late birthday since my birthday's on February? But Beatus, thank you so much for being a member of Nylena for 16 months. Thank you, thank you. It's the fever dream plus dreamception. You know Inception? It's kind of like that. It's a lot of like dreams inside dreams. And there's a quiz. Yeah, I'm quizzing you at the end. It's just 10 months early. I feel like it's closer to being late than early. The hours are gonna research the actual... I'm record alert. I could have, but I didn't feel like it. I never played Armored Core, and GTA 6 doesn't exist yet. Is Leonardo DiCaprio in here too? Sure. Yes, Leonardo DiCaprio. Leonardo DiCaprio is also here. But yes, essentially. Okay. Let me get chapter 8. Dun 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 dun. 3 hours of Chiaki lore. Oh god, I forgot chapter 8 is the Plumeria chapter. Okay. I forgot that I wrote it like this. But you'll see. I forgot this is like her chapter. It's like the one chapter where she's relevant. But yeah, I just checked like the little infographic. That's the worst chapter to read on. That's yeah, chapter 8 is Plumeria's chapter. So essentially I feel like I overly summarized it, but it's fine. You don't need to you don't need to worry about that. Okay, chapter 8. Enemy Fairy Arc. Okay, got it. Okay, here it is. Chapter 8. Okay, so where do I start with this? So the chapter starts with Alphonse becoming a harem protagonist. And you're probably wondering what I mean by that. Essentially what I mean by that is that literally all the girls like actually fall in love with him. Out of the blue. Yeah, that's how chapter 8 starts. So chapter 8 starts with them arriving to the land of nightmares. And then all the girls are like falling in love with him. They're like, oh, Alphonse, I want to be close to you, and like they're all like that. And Alphonse is like, oh, this must be the work of the evil, the dark elves. And I'm like, I mean, it actually is. If the nightmares are like that, I mean, he literally says this must be the work of the dark elves, and I mean, it is. It really is. But so while everyone is kind of like infatuated by Alphonse knows something instructs he would never score the girls. That's so sad. But yeah, he immediately concludes it must be a nightmare. A woman likes me must be the work of you. Yeah, like I just found it really funny that like pretty much see like everyone just fall in love with him. He immediately concluded it must be the work of nightmares. So I just find it funny that that is his nightmare somehow. But yeah, essentially he's like, oh yeah, this must be the work of a dark elf, which it is. It's the work of Plumeria. Plumeria appears to stall the group now that everyone is like falling in love with Alphonse. Anna's the only one barely holding on. She's like, get away from me. She's like, actually like, she's like, don't get close. Like, actually don't get close to me. Like, I'm actually trying to fight. Like, get away. Like, she's actually telling him to go away because like she's also under like the, you know, the same spell. I don't believe this chapter sounds great. Yeah. Well, they're an illusion, right? I mean, they're not an illusion. They're all under like, she made them drink. She used this nectar on them. Like Fludaria pretty much used like some dream nectar or something like that. I think she mentions it's called a dream nectar. That pretty much like made all of them like fall in love with him. And as she gets defeated, she's like, oh man. She's essentially like saying like, oh yeah, Alphonse, like how could you not want this? Like, do you want the feeling of being like loved, longed for, or something like that? Like she says something like that. Her dialogue goes something like that. She's like, kind of weird that you didn't want this. But yeah, essentially, she kind of like used the nectar on like all the girls to make them fall in love with Alphonse. That's essentially what happens. Oh no, I've been hypnotized. So no! Essentially. But yeah, they defeat Plumeria. And they go on their merry way now that everyone's back to normal. You want to live a no maiden's life, according to Alphonse, yes. Yeah, she's trying to call him weird to not want a girlfriend. Pretty much. Essentially, she's like calling him out for being... She's like, that's weird. Why wouldn't you want like people to love you? Odd behavior. But yeah, now that she has been defeated and all the girls are back to normal, they go back to looking for the king that got kidnapped by his odd sister. But guess who's back? Plumeria's back. Plumeria's personality is all over the place. She's odd. She's an odd individual. Oh god. Steaks or women stay on that grind set. But yeah, she appeals again. She shows up again. She's back. She appears to stall the group again. And after they beat her and she vanishes once again, she meets up with Freya. And she has like a talk with Freya. She pretty much has like her own little existential crisis. Because she starts remembering like bits and pieces about her past. And Freya is like, oh, yeah, you are a human, by the way. Like, I pretty much, like, turned you into, like, an elf, essentially, to save you from your former life. Because Plumeria actually had a really, like, bad life as, like, a human. Like, her parents didn't love her. They didn't really care about her. So, Freya essentially saved her by turning her into an elf and having her live in... the land... I don't know why the land of nightmares in particular, but essentially living in a dream. She was abandoned. I think she was the one that was abandoned, yeah. There's another one that like her parents was she the abandoned one or was she like the actual? I think she was the abandoned one. If I had a nickel for every villain that kidnapped a kid and turned them into a tool. Essentially, yeah. Yeah, she pretty much is like, oh yeah, Plumeria, I'll turn you into an elf. And I saved her from your former life because she was pretty much had nothing as a human. So Freya kind of like took her under her wing and essentially like allowed her to live in a dream, as she claims. So the chapter essentially ends with like Plumeria finding out that she in reality was a human, and she just kept getting those glimpses of her memory as a human. And she was like, that's weird. Why am I getting these memories? I swear Veronica's the only one that has to kidnap children. Essentially, yeah. Pretty much. Yeah, chapter 8 basically ends with that revelation. About Plumerius' past. Pretty much, chapter 8 is the Plumeria chapter. And then she kinda... It's not very relevant anymore. But yeah, essentially, chapter 8 is just her chapter. Where they kinda like... have that entire little thing with the Alphonse being a harem protagonist for a little bit. And then her finding the truth about her past. But yeah, that's the last time you're probably gonna see her. She kind of just ends up in the background after this. This is her little, plot chapter, question mark? Essentially. But then... we gotta go back to chapter 9. This one's gonna be focused on Freya. This one's gonna be focused on Freya and her odd behavior. Her brief time in the spotlight, pretty much. Her little time in the spotlight. Her brief time in the spotlight. Oh my. Yeah, these are... Chapter 9 is a Freya chapter. Organizer, the fight I mentioned, her Freya taxi with 10 unit versions of herself. Oh, it's in chapter 9. I think I can see why. Okay. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, let me export this. Yeah, we're already on chapter 9. I don't have the little infographic for the last chapter. Let me export this. Change canvas. No, not canvas size. Oh god, the text is just like very out of focus, but that's fine. Like, it's not centered because you can't really center text. I don't think you can center text. Oh, wait, you can. Why didn't I center it? That's fine. It's the final fight in the chapter called Overall Dreams. I see. The more you know. No, we center a line. I didn't really center a line them. I'm sorry. They're just all just gonna look like that. I try to make them at least look semi-nice, even if it's not center-aligned. Come on, don't sweat the little details. I went as far as to make these infographics to make things easier. Okay. Chapter number 9. Mambo number 9. This one's short. This one's actually kind of short. So, the chapter starts with Freya talking to her brother. And she's like, hi, brother. The time for our unity is upon us. Together, we can take over the mortal realm. But her brother's not having it. her brother is really not having it. He's like, Freya, please. No. He's really, really not having it. And he's like, oh, brother, why do you always think about those humans? Because the brother is kind of like, he doesn't want to hurt humans because of a particular event that happened that is gonna get revealed later. But it has a little to do with Sharina having that dream of meeting Freya and Freyr. But yeah, pretty much Freyr doesn't really want to involve humans anymore due to a particular event that happened where they had to involve humans before. So he's like, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to take over the mortal realm. I kind of just want to remain in my little corner. And just kind of sit there, I guess. So he's like, oh, brother, why? Why do you prefer those humans over me? Oh, I only wanted your attention, brother. And she's kind of like going like that for a bit. And she's like, fine, be that way. Maybe you'll cooperate if I use the whatever, the Brizing... I don't know how you say that. Brisingamen? I don't know how you say that. But she's gonna use this magic necklace to take control over his powers, essentially. Because she's like, fine. If you don't want to join me, guess I'll just take your powers for myself. The McMuffin, yeah. The McMuffin, essentially. She was so desperate, Freyr was like, nah. You're going too far. Freyr was like, this is a little too much. He thought this was going a little too far. So she uses the necklace to take over her brother's powers because her brother did not want to go along with her little plan. And she's like, fine, be that way. I guess I'll just take your powers for myself. So, Peony and company arrive. They finally made it to where King Freyr is being held. Unfortunately, it's a little too late because his powers have already been taken. So, they're kind of sitting ducks right now. They're already sitting ducks because, like, his powers are already taken and he's like, well, it's over, guys. My powers have been taken. You can't fight Freya. She's too OP. She can bend both dreams and nightmares now to her will. So, I'm a sitting duck here. I can't do anything. So, yeah, essentially, he kind of just gives up. He's like, you guys can't do anything. It's Jova. It's essentially Jova. He's pulling a Gustav when Alphonse was cursed. I want your attention, brother. When did this turn to an Andy and Lele stream? That's literally what happened, yeah. Yeah, Freya... She's a little weird about her brother. A little is an understatement. The power over both dreams and nightmares. So thank you for the tip, Steve Hobbs. Oh yeah, she's a little weird about her brother. Just a little bit. A lot. She's very weird about her brother. So essentially, oh god. So a book floor. I shared this with someone I know because I have a detail in the story. Have we reached the part where Sharina questions whether she is herself or not? Not yet. That's a little later, no. That's later. Not here yet. A little is an understatement. This is a little bit of an understatement. Yeah, it's a little of an understatement. But essentially, King Freyr gives up. He's like, well, she's too OP, guys. I don't think there's much we can do. She kind of has my powers now, so essentially, it's Jova. It's Jova. What can we do? And Freya now is going crazy with power, and the only option they have is to run away. But they can't run away because she cut the bridge that would allow them to get out of this world. So essentially, they're kind of trapped. The chapter pretty much ends with them finding out that the bridge that would allow them to escape from Dokkanfar is now gone, and they can't leave. Freyr barely even tried. Yeah, he kind of didn't try. He was just like, well, it's over, guys. Like, Peony and everyone arrived, and they're like, oh my god, King Freya, are you okay? And Freya is just like, it's over. She took my powers. I can't do anything. This is where the multiple Freyas come in. She uses her power overall dreams to start making a bunch of operations for herself that attack the team in waves. Yeah. Essentially, it's like around the end, probably? But yeah, she goes crazy with power, now that she can control both dreams and nightmares, and no one can do anything about it. So essentially, yeah, chapter 9 just ends with like, the group discovering that their way out is no longer possible. Quite the end. Quite the end. Okay. Now we have chapter 10. Okay, chapter number 10. Chapter number 10. Okay. But they can't die here. They can't. This cannot be. They can't perish now. Dreams are influencing reality, so they can in fact die in the dream and die in real life. When you die in the dream, you die in real life. I mean, dreams are influencing reality, and if Freya wills it to be, they could actually, like, die. Because if Freya wanted Onisa for herself, like what's the Alabama levels? Freya was extremely jealous of her brother. More than jealous, it was more like she wanted all the attention of her brother. The chapter 10 kind of goes a little bit into that. Hold on. I have the thingy for chapter 10. Because chapter 10 actually talks about like the relationship between Freya and her brother. Because the brother kind of like talks about it. Freya talks about it. Really clingy. It's not clinginess. It's weird. It's not even clinginess. It's not even like a clingy thing. She's odd. I feel no overly clingy little sister. It's not even like a clinginess thing. She's just being weird about this entire thing. Okay. There it is. A woman odd. She's an odd woman. A very, very odd woman. They explore. This is less clingy and more down bad. Yeah, she's kind of like down bad. Okay, chapter 10. Oh, this one. I think I need to shrink this one. Okay. So, chapter 10. So everyone, despite their escape route being cut, they kind of like still retreat. They gotta get out of there. They gotta go. So they end up leaving with King Freya, even though King Freya just kind of like gave up in life already. But so King Freya starts telling them about Freya and how she was not always like this, and how she was always mocked when she was a little baby. Not a little baby, but when she was a kid. And like how Freya always protected her until like Freya grew up and she was pretty. And he was like, oh, clearly at this point she's probably gonna like move on from like me having to protect her. And she's gonna eventually, I don't know, find someone that she loves and whatever. But no! Freya didn't do that. She instead opted for the attention of her brother instead. Which Freya blames himself for? He's like, oh, it was my fault that she ended up like this. And I'm like, how? How is that your fault? Freya did find someone she loves, but not like that. He was like, oh, it's kind of like my fault that she turned out like this. I probably shouldn't have like coddled her or whatever. So he kind of blames himself for that. And while he talks about how Freya changed and how she wasn't always this odd as she is now, Freyr also reveals the truth of how the realm was saved. He mentions that there was a point in which the realm of dreams and nightmares was falling apart, and the only way they could save it was by bringing children into the dreamland. And having them drink the dream nectar, essentially turning them into elves, whether light elf or dark elf. And eventually, once they did this, the realm was saved. But obviously, when the children became elves, they could not go back to the human world. They're essentially abandoning their mortality in order to live forever in a dream. Essentially. So they mentioned they were desperate to save, like, the dream realm, and they had to resort to bringing children into the dream realm. And they specifically brought children that had nothing, so they didn't have a place to go back to. No, like, no loving parents, no anything like that. So they specifically, like, tried to go for children like that. And those children ended up being the fairies, that you guys... The fairies that have appeared in Book 4, essentially. And kidnap orphans, essentially. Not necessarily orphans, but, they would either have, like, parents that abandoned them. Not necessarily dead parents, but... Yeah. It's later revealed she was mocked because of a beauty mark. Well, yeah, they mentioned a mark under the underside of her nose. I think Freya was always going to end up like this. Yeah, it was like... Oh, she was like mocked because she had like a mark on the underside of her nose. And I was like, are you serious right now? But yeah, Freya was mocked because of that. And like, Freya was like, no, sister, I'll protect you. Like, are you kidding me? Like, I thought she was like mocked for like something more serious, but okay. So, Mateo, thank you so much for being a member of Nylina for 16 months. Thank you. Book 4 also goes into pretty dark territory. It pretty much touches into like the whole taking children that had like nothing. Like basically, Freya, we need to steal the orphans, Freya. What? Freya, haha, what are they gonna do? Tell their parents? No, that's so evil. Every year levels of writing. Everyone's because of a mole instead of anything more intense. I know. It's like, what even? But yeah, they essentially took children that were either abandoned by their parents or had dead parents. So essentially children that had nowhere to go back to, and that they would very easily abandon their mortality, so their human form, to become fairies. Elves, I guess. It's more accurate, but they look more like fairies. But to essentially become elves, because they thought children that had nothing to go back to would be more willing to do it. And I mean, unfortunately, they were right, but my god. My god. Yeah, they pretty much mention, Freyr mentions, like, we pretty much, like, brought children to the dream realm that, like, had nowhere to go back to, because we knew that they would be easy to convince to drink the dream nectar and live here forever. Chiaki, we become fairies! No! You can't. No. No. But, yeah. Essentially, that's kind of like, what happens. That is the truth of the incident. That, Freya mentioned. That, Freyr mentioned before that he didn't want to involve humans anymore. When he talked with Freya and Freya just took his powers. That is the incident as to why he didn't want to involve humans anymore. But the fairies will get cool flower hair after they transfer. You could get flower-shaped fur. But then you will be trapped in the dream realm, and I wouldn't be able to see you anymore. A Chiaki with the cool wings and a really complicated design. Why? But yeah. And after that, Revelation was kind of just like After that, revelation kind of just happened. Freya appears. And she is here to stop the group again. She's back. And Freyr decides that the only way to get rid of his sister is to pretty much, you know, disappear forever. Because his sister has his power, so if he dies, like, she would lose that power. According to him, that's his logic. That's his big brain galaxy logic. That if he dies, he won't have the power to, like, alter dreams into reality. So it's like, oh, that's like a little less power. So you guys can beat her at that point. Because essentially he feels responsible for the way that Freya turned out. So he's like, I gotta be the one to do this. So he decides that he's gotta go in order to at least make Freya a little less OP. That is his conclusion. That's the conclusion that he reached. And I don't think they can change his mind. So it's actually one of the neater bits of heroes. You get a fight where there's Freya and real enemies, but also a weaponless enemy Freya that runs at your team. Yeah, essentially kind of just, he has you like kill him, essentially. So he dies. He dies. And Freya obviously has a moment of absolutely losing it because her brother is gone. It's like, no! Dramatic scream momento. I'm like, no, my brother! Something like that. He dies of GC, okay? I don't know. You mentioned it turns into a coat? No. I'm not really going about like how she looks in the fight, no. No, my brother. Going back to very late, I think I understand this book of Fire Emblem Heroes as Inception, but with fairies. Oh, fairies! As Mr. Crocker. Oh, yeah. Yeah, she went crazy. She went really crazy, and then she left. It's my brother! You aren't okay after they die. They just started the ground. Yeah. So, to say that she lost it a little bit, it would be a bit of an understatement. But, yeah, she kind of loses it. Because her brother's dead. And, like, yeah. And, I don't think she's very happy about that information. So she might be losing it. Just a little bit. Oh god, this is chapter 11. Okay, so since Freyr is dead, this is where, oh god, chapter 11. Oh no. Oh, not chapter 11. Oh god. Yeah, I don't think I even finished chapter 2. Wait, what was I typing here? I think I Ctrl-Z too much. Oh no. I think I actually Ctrl-Z too much. Oh no, I Ctrl-Z too much in chapter 12 and I deleted something important. Oh brother. Oh brother. Okay. Chapter 11. Yeah, we made it to the weird part. Yep, we're getting closer to the end, so it just gets weirder from here. It just gets really weird from here. Oh boy. So here we go. Chapter 11. Okay. And then... okay. Dun 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 dun. Okay, PNG. And then chapter 11, the fairy arc. I apparently deleted an important part from chapter 12 when I Ctrl-Z. And I don't know how far back I Ctrl-Z that it just got yoinked. Okay, why is this off center like that? Okay. It is chapter 11 time. The group discovers that nightmares still affect reality. So no, she didn't become less OP after the prayer died. It was kind of just like... yeah. Freya just kind of reveals the same thing about how the Dream Realm was saved. Of how they took children, they made them drink the whole nectar and whatever. But she also tells Sharina that, like, she was part of the group of kids that were brought into the Dream Realm, but she abandoned them. So she didn't drink the Dream Nectar. And this makes Sharina have a really bad mental breakdown about, like, her thinking she's not the real Sharina, and that instead, she got swapped with the other girl that did drink, like, the nectar, and, like, it's, like, a very... She starts having, like, a very, convoluted, mental breakdown about, like, her thinking she isn't really herself because she was involved in the whole, like, Dream Realm incident. So, it's very overly complicated. Yeah, she has a huge crash out and thinks she's someone else throughout. Yeah, she kind of loses it. Wait, so... Hi, Raps. Welcome back. Yeah, she gets memories swapping places with the girl that becomes Peony, with them pretending to live each other's lives. So she's not really sure if she's Sharina or Peony. Yeah. So, she dreams of this girl that looks exactly like her. And she thinks, like, maybe I'm not Sharina, but instead I'm the girl that originally was Peony, and that the real Sharina ended up becoming Peony. And, like, she has this entire, like, this entirely overcomplicated crash out because of that. Like I said, this is where the story gets really weird. This is where the story gets really weird. Because of that. Peony's like her alternate or clone like the other book. Peony is supposed to be a girl that looks like her. Peony used to be human, but she's one of the girls that actually drank the nectar. The dream nectar, and ended up becoming a fairy. So, Sharina mentions that there was this girl before that she used to play with that looked like her. And that they used to, like, swap places and stuff. Like, since they look so alike, they would, like, swap places. They'll be like, oh yeah, like, I'll go live at your house and you can live at my house. And, like, do silly, goofy stuff like that. They were, like, childhood friends and they like to swap places, essentially. And then, they get brought into the Dream Realm. She's one of the kids that got brought into the Dream Realm. Essentially, the kids that got into the Dream Realm are Plumeria, Trianda, what's it called? Peony, and Mirabilis, along with Sharina. Sharina's the fifth one. But Sharina, ended up, like, not actually drinking the nectar. Sharina thinks they had to swap the bird style situation where she's her friend and not herself. Essentially because Freya kind of, like, tells her the truth and tells her, like, how she essentially abandoned her friends. Since all of them became, like, you know, elves and she didn't. Sharina has, like, a big mental breakdown because Freya in this chapter, she's kind of, like, girl bossing everybody. She's kind of, like, girl bossing all the other, like, kids that ended up becoming fairies. And, like, reminding them of their, like, lives and stuff. And they're kind of just, like, having mental breakdowns. Chapter 11 is, like, the chapter where everyone has a mental breakdown except Alphonse, because he had his earlier. He had his when the whole debacle about everyone forgetting about the summoner was a thing. But yeah, chapter 11 is everyone has mental breakdowns except Alphonse because he had his earlier. But yeah. Chapter 11 is literally the crash out chapter. Yeah, chapter 11 is the crash out chapter. Except Alphonse because he had his earlier. They made her crazy and she made everyone crazy. Sorry guys, mental breakdowns will cool down. He already had his. He needs to let everyone else have his turn. But yeah, everyone in this chapter just kind of has mental breakdowns. Like, Plumeria and Peony were actually siblings. And they found out, they pretty much find out the truth. Because they didn't remember they were siblings for some reason. And they eventually like remember that they were siblings and that Plumeria took the power, the Dream Nectar, in order to protect Peony. But oh surprise, Peony also took the Dream Nectar, so yeah, they're both the yeah. Oh, is this the part that I was talking about? An interesting part was that Anna mentioned changelings. Changelings are fairies that take the place of the children away. Yeah, that was mentioned. That was in an earlier chapter. That Anna mentions changelings, and then like Sharina, like also, because Sharina mentions before like the whole like, oh, I remember a girl that looks just like me, like Princess and the Pauper sort of thing. But Anna kind of like took it more as like a changeling sort of situation. I'm not sure if it's late earlier on this chapter, but Alphonse starts having weird visions about the World of Steel. Oh, that's later. That's later. Yeah, the World of Steel thing is later. Oh, like twins. Yeah. Not like twins necessarily. I don't think Plumeria and Peony were twins, but they are siblings. Take the Dream Nectar to protect her, leave for her to also take it. Essentially, yeah. And like somehow they kind of like both forgot that they were siblings until like until Freya just kind of stirs the pot and just tells everyone their human lives. Cause like she's like, you know what, my brother has died, so none of you deserve to have love. That's essentially what she says. It's like, my brother's dead, so none of you guys deserve love either. So I'm just gonna ruin your lives and remind you of your miserable lives. Which I'm like, okay. Okay. Miriam is the elder sister. Plumeria is the elder one. Peony is the younger one, yeah. What? Yeah, the brother's dead, and like, if I lose my love, then everybody does. A very reasonable crash on Freya's part. Yeah, she literally tells the Dark Elves that look up to her, they don't deserve to be happy. Essentially, yeah. After her brother dies, she kind of goes into like this entire thing where it's like, if I can't have love, none of you guys can have it either. Which I'm just like, okay, girl, calm down. Yeah. After her brother died, she kind of went off the deep end. I get back and I observe my new drawing tablet sitting water. No, not the new drawing tablet. But yeah, chapter 11, also known as the crash out, because everyone has a crash out in this chapter. Because Freya went off the deep end when her brother died in chapter... Was that chapter 10? I think it was chapter 10. So yeah, essentially Freya went off the deep end. Because her brother died... Yeah, chapter 10. Her brother died in chapter 10. Last chapter, her brother died. So she's still not over it. And she went off the deep end. And so she kind of said, like, if I can't have love, none of you guys deserve love either. So she kind of started, like, reminding everyone, like, all the fairies about, like, their very miserable lives as human children. So, yeah. And giving everyone mental breakdowns. And to think this all could have been avoided if Freya got a hug from her brother. Freya didn't just go off the deep end. She cannonballed into it. The changelings make the children, but not 100% like them. The parents would find that they act odd with them not having normal human interactions, but exceeding at certain life skills. Well, yeah, changelings aren't, like, exact imitations of children. Like, they look the same, but they don't fully act the same. But, at the time... that this happened, like, Peony wasn't a fairy, though. She was, like, she was still a kid. This all could have been avoided if her brother would have left her alone with the bullying. No! Oh, God. But yeah, and after this entire mess happens, Alphonse realizes that all this mess has been a dream. Ever since they received the incense from the mom. So this entire mess has just been a dream, by the way, so nothing matters. So even after this... So chapter 11 is the crash out, not only for everybody, but also for Alphonse, because he realizes it's actually a dream as well. Literally the whole time is in a dream. Yeah, you can't tell me this entire book has been a dream. It's all been a dream. It's only gonna get worse in chapter 12. Don't worry. And everything goes back to normal. Nothing happens. It was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine. Yeah. After everyone has a crash out, Alphonse discovers that everything has been a dream. Everything. Ever since they received the incense from the mom, that's been, ever since then it's been a dream. Alphonse starts to crash out again. Made it worse when Anna brings up the squirrel dream. Yeah, that is brought up on chapter 12. The stupid squirrel dream. I think they mentioned the squirrel dream in chapter 11, and Alphonse like brings it up again on chapter 12. The stupid squirrel dream. The chapter 12 is when they bring up the whole context of the stupid squirrel dream. This is really the crash out chapter because it's making me want to crash out. Chiaki, you can't do this to me. I'm about to throw my body out the window. No, don't do it. I'm sorry. This book is really frustrating. It's like really, really frustrating. Yeah, the squirrel dream is my personal crash out. Because I didn't include it in chapter 11 because I thought it was kind of stupid. And then I skimmed through chapter 12 and then they bring up the stupid squirrel dream. And I'm like, you can't be serious. You can't bring up the stupid squirrel dream. That Anna was just talking about, like, she mentions having this stupid squirrel dream about, like, oh, I dreamt that I was a squirrel and it felt very real. So, like, I might have lived my whole life as a squirrel and, like, it's very stupid. It's very stupid. She mentions, like, doing taxes as a squirrel. It's, like, very dumb. Like, I hate it. Oh, so this is where the squirrel dream you mentioned actually matters. Wait, the squirrel dream's actually important. Squirrel taxes. Why is she squirrel? I don't know. I don't know why. I don't know why. It's very stupid. I hate that section so much. I like read it. I was like, it's so stupid. It's not relevant. We don't need to talk about the stupid squirrel dream. Oh god. Doing taxes? Yeah, so once Sharita was having like her little mental breakdown, like Anna just kind of mentions having her stupid squirrel dream. Oh god. Oh god. I don't get better dreams. This was really dumb. Oh man. Yeah, and she's kind of like, oh, like I dreamt of being a squirrel, but I'm not a squirrel. But in the dream, it felt real. Like, and that's how her whole, like, you know, how she never questioned that she was like a squirrel in the dream. You know what I mean? Yeah, so Alphonse, like, it kind of like starts losing it after the stupid squirrel dream, because like the whole squirrel dream and like Anna not realizing she was a squirrel while she was dreaming, it's kind of like, I guess, people that have self-aware dreams, like they can control their dreams or whatever or something like that. And I think I checked out by this chapter because I don't remember the squirrel dream. It's because it seems so irrelevant. Like you read it and you're like, this sounds so stupid, but then it apparently is relevant. Because like Anna is like, oh, like in my little squirrel dream, I didn't realize I wasn't a squirrel because usually, like, I guess the whole thing is like you can't really realize that dreams aren't real when you're dreaming or something like that. I guess that's what they try to say. It's like there's some people that can realize that it's a dream. Like when you're asleep and you have a dream, some people can realize it's a dream, but other people believe that it's like so real you feel it actually happened. That's basically what Anna is saying. The squirrel matrix, yeah. Well, you still love me if I was a squirrel. Oh god, the stupid squirrel dream. I hate the stupid squirrel dream. Oh god. But yeah, thanks to Anna's stupid squirrel dream, Alphonse starts having an epiphany about like how everything was actually a dream. He basically starts realizing, bro, everything's actually a dream. It's just like the whole, you can't see the shackle because you're the shackle, yeah. Not the squirrel matrix. Will you take the blue pill and file squirrel taxes? Or will you take the red pill? I don't want to file squirrel taxes. Oh my god. I don't want to file squirrel taxes. Anything but that. I don't need that. I don't need that in my reality. Oh, I got squirrel taxation. Jason being a squirrel sees everything as a dream. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, I guess the whole thing is like she didn't realize it was a dream until she woke up. You know what I mean? And then like Alphonse is having like an epiphany of like, I remember the summoner. I remember my memories with the summoner, but I don't remember anything else. So does that mean that all of this has been a dream this entire time? So basically he starts like reaching that entire debacle. That entire thing, yeah. Basically starts reaching at. He's losing it. He's basically essentially losing it. Poor guy. Oh, brother. Yeah, wait, what happened to me, Chiaki? I thought I was supposed to be collecting my food. To the squirrels of a squirrel IRS. We've been banished for basically the entire book. Exactly. Oh god. It's so dumb. Oh god. This is peak and it has been peak. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Queen Bee. Part of the mission is finding us. Exactly. The beauty of the squirrel awakening. No. Not the squirrel awakening. Anything but that. Oh no, I don't want the squirrel awakening anymore. I need to add the last part that I actually deleted from chapter 12. I don't know where it got deleted, but... Okay, I'm trying to like... Oh man. Changelings? I don't know about that. I'm not sure if that is canon. About like the whole changeling thing and what they're supposed to represent. I don't know if like that's really like a canonical thing. I mean, it's an interesting interpretation of it, but I'm not sure if that's like a canon thing. And BGM really captures the feels you got to pay squirrel taxes. Not the squirrel taxes. Oh god. Oh no. Tis not this, not like this. Oh god. Yeah, it just gets it just gets crazier from here, I'm afraid. Okay. Lo-fi beats to pay squirrel taxes too. Lo-fi if you hear his music to file taxes as a squirrel. Oh my god. Not like this. Oh yeah, I'm kind of fixing the thing that got deleted, cause okay, so this is summoner. Okay. And then that. And then... Okay, okay, I'm like skimming through it to see if I missed anything. Oh, right. Man. Oh, this just sting. Okay. Okay. Let me add this. I don't have chapter 13 done. But we're almost at 5 hours, so probably we're gonna end at chapter 12. Okay. Let me add this last bit. If you skip for chapter 12, don't worry, it gets worse. Yeah, we're already there. I don't have chapter 13 though, that's the problem. I have this 4 hours already run. Okay. Story gets worse! Oh. Okay. There you go. I got it. That doesn't help at all. How many chapters are there? There are 13. Book 4 has 13 chapters, but I don't have like the little like infographic of chapter 13 done. Chapter 12 is essentially done already. I just kinda... one of the things got deleted, so... Okay, there's 13 chapters, but it'll take her a bit to read through all of them. Yeah... I'll have to essentially like read through like chapter 13. And we're technically ending the book. Chapter 13 can't hurt me if I don't read it. Chapter 12 was already kind of long, so... You've been working so hard all week. It's time to really get done with chapter 12 today. Yeah. Okay, this is... Okay. Done. If she doesn't read it, it can't hurt me. Exactly. If I don't read it, it can't hurt me. Why is he delaying the shadow ban for no reason? Oh no, you got shadow ban. Oh god, not the YouTube shadow ban. Oh man, well, thank you for the tip, Mateo. I'm so sorry that YouTube shadow banned you at the end. I wish they fixed that already. But yeah, it's been kind of it's still happening, unfortunately. Not a shadow ban. Yeah. It's really unfortunate. I wish there was like... Oh, maybe try on mobile. And there's some people said that you can like go around it on mobile. I don't know if it'll work, but maybe. Neil Haid, Katsumi to march on YouTube headquarters. For sure, man. Yeah, might be the only ban you in browser. Yeah, mobile sometimes works. Yeah, maybe you could try mobile, see if that works. Mobile never worked for me personally. I had to use an alt, really. I guess it only seems to work for some people. Okay. Chapter 12. Okay. Okay. Listen, yeah, I'm not gonna show the last part because you guys are probably gonna like, you guys are probably wanna throw a chair afterwards. After what you're gonna see. So, chapter 12 begins with Alphonse dreaming of a world of steel. But yeah, so a world of steel is kind of like implied to be like Earth. It's a very like vague description of like buildings, and just pretty much Alphonse is a dream of pretty much what like our world looks like Earth looks like. Taking up my chair ready. And he's like, huh, I dreamt of this world of steel, and I thought that was really weird. And then, like, Peony basically tells Alphonse, like, oh yeah, that's a world with no dreams. So she's pretty much saying that we don't have dreams on Earth. Yeah, this is still happening in the dream world. All this is still the dream world. They're not out of there yet. So, hi, Maggie Lynn. Welcome. And then, oh, the whole Trianda reveals the truth to Peony was on this chapter. It was not on chapter 11. Chapter 11 was just Plumeria getting mad that, like, she was reminded about her sad boy hours past. But yeah, this is where Trianda reveals that she took the nectar to protect her sister, Peony. And... you know, how they're still forced to kind of like fight because she kind of has to follow like Freya's will and stuff. She's saying we're lame and dreamless. That's really much what Peony says. I think part of the lore of fairies is that they lose their power when they touch iron. Is it? But yeah, then after like the fight with like Trianda and Peony and stuff, they finally arrive to the Dream Gate. And Alphonse is like, okay, King Freyr, when he was alive, he told me to like visualize the place that I want to go back to, so my home. And then now that the dark elves are gone, just kind of like then I will sound the horn and then I will get to leave. And he sounds the horn once he visualizes like the place he wants to go back to, which is his home. But it doesn't work. So he's like, that's weird. Why didn't it work? That's odd. Visualize the place I want to return to, so should I visualize a 24-hour Chiaki stream? I don't think that's even possible. YouTube doesn't allow 24-hour streams. But essentially that doesn't work, and Alphonse is confused. It's like, am I streaming? Like, what is going on here? And then the summoner appears. And he's like, Alphonse is so happy, like, oh my god, the summoner, you're back! Yay! Yippee! Yippee! But then Peony is like, no, that's not the summoner, that's a nightmare. So they're forced to like fight the summoner, and they defeat him. And pretty much Peony kind of starts to like remove the hood of the summoner, because you know how the summoner wears the hood? So Peony kind of has Alphonse remove the hood of the summoner. And it turns out that when they remove the hood, the summoner is actually Alphonse. So it turns out that the summoner is actually Alphonse, and then Alphonse realizes like, oh, so the reason why I remember this world of steel and why I didn't have like my memories of Zacharias is because I am the summoner, and the summoner is dreaming of being Alphonse, but in reality he's not Alphonse. And don't worry, it gets worse. So it turns out that Freya reveals that Alphonse in reality got Thanos snapped after book 3. Essentially, what happened is that after he defeated death, the god of the creator god, pretty much was like, no, you can't just defeat death. That's not allowed. Like, that would destroy the order of things. So after Alphonse defeated Hell back in book 3, the god just straight up like Thanos snapped Alphonse out of existence. And like, in reality, Alphonse has not been in this entire book at all, but instead the summoner has been Delulu because he misses Alphonse very much, and he pretty much dreamt about Alphonse still being around, and this entire mess is just because he's still dreaming of Alphonse and he can't let go. Literally said, no Alphonse for you, sorry, not sorry. So it's not 2 levels of dream, but 3. It's, yeah, this... Yeah. He gets Thanos snapped after book 3. I wrote it like that because I read what Freya says. And she basically says that the creator, Alpha Or, I don't know how you pronounce his name, decided that Alphonse could no longer be allowed to exist after he defeated death back in book 3. So essentially, he just got Thanos snapped out of existence. Oh, so I'm just like, what? So we here those for the cost of my chair and went up to this plotline. Not kill, just yeah, don't exist. Yeah, it's straight up the dialogue that Freya says. says that, be that as it may, the truth is that this mortal you care so much for, Prince Alphonse, defeated death, which is how Book 3 ended. And with that, he who created everything, Alpha Or, has decided Prince Alphonse could no longer be allowed to exist. So he straight up got Thanos Snap after Book 3, and the summoner couldn't get over him getting Thanos Snap, so this entire time, Alphonse has not been here, but instead it's the summoner dreaming about being Alphonse because he can't get over, like, Alphonse not being around anymore. Literally the only way Serena gets to be queen by having Alphonse literally not even exist. He got Thanos snapped, essentially. Book 4 sounds like a mess. It is. When I read this, when I was typing chapter 12 and I read it, I was like, oh, you can't be serious. That's why when I was like finishing chapter 12, when the stream started, I was like, you guys are not gonna like this. So Summer says the Lulu as Moon Knight. He's essentially as the Lulu. You know how they kind of mention how Alphonse and Leaf were similar. Because they both were very attached to the summoner, and like if something were to happen to the summoner, they would absolutely lose it. You did warn us, but I expected to be this bad. You warned us that even when you were warning us not for us, so your father's gonna, yeah, it's just like he got Thanos Snap. After he defeated death, Alpha Or was like, no. Get Thanos Slap, loser. So he got Thanos Snap, and essentially he doesn't exist anymore. Oh god. Oh god. Wow, you warned us. Your warning was not for us, silly it was. Get Thanos Snap, nerd. Alphonse get after unveiling the summoner's Alphonse. I just figured it out. I'm not Alphonse, I'm the summoner. The god just said, get Thanos Snap, loser. Essentially. Chapter 12 is called Reality, but like I'll have to like read through it to kind of make the infographic about it. Oh god, it's very long. It's very long. So, I'm just trying to see. Oh god, yeah, I would actually have to read through it to kind of like see how this mess even ends. On Alphonse is your Alphonse. Take your time, I can see you next time. Yeah, it's actually kind of long, and I'll have to like read through it to actually make the this little thingy. Yeah, after we actually have to do the last chapter. Yeah, it's really long. I don't think I can do it right now. So it'll have to be at a different time. I'm still perfectly happy ending the story with Alphonse just no longer existing. You just want him to get Thanos snapped. I mean, he already got Thanos snapped, but like, you just want him to end with him getting Thanos snapped. Oh my god. It ended on a good note. Oh my god. But yeah, you can tell like at the end when I read that, I kind of gave up on like kind of like writing it on a serious manner, and I just wrote Alphonse get Thanos snapped after book 3, lol. I kind of just gave up on making it like look serious and like professional. So I was just like, yeah, Alphonse gets Thanos snapped after book 3. Oh my god. Uses someone hint. I'm tempted to reinstall the game and witness the first hand of going through the fairy arc yourself. Chapter 12 actually broke her will to make it professional. I didn't make anything serious of the story. I mean, I kind of had like a very nice format in it and everything. And then at the end, it just says Alphonse gets Thanos Snap after book 3. Which, I mean, that's pretty much what happens. That's pretty much what Freya said that happened. So I was like, yeah, sounds about right. That essentially sounds about right. But yeah, wow, we almost completed book 4, but I didn't have the last chapter done, so If you're really that curious, you can always look it up. You can always look up the ending of this mess. Yeah, like the entire rest of the presentation was super professional, and then we ended with Alphonse get Thanos trapped after book 3. LOL. Oh my god, yeah. My brain just couldn't do it anymore. It's just like, okay, is this real? It's definitely a story of all time. Like, I kind of knew that from the little bits that like we talked about before, but my god, actually like going through it in detail and like making this like little infographic. I don't know if that's the right word. But this little like summary sheet to kind of like explain everything, kind of put into perspective just how crazy this is. My brain was fried way before this point, so I'm surprised you even got this far without breaking that much. You kind of have to suspend your disbelief. A lot. When you read this, you kind of have to suspend your disbelief a whole lot. I will say that much. I had to suspend my disbelief for a good chunk of it. I see how I slowly break your vibe when you write this summary. Yeah. This every hero lore streams are legit always so much fun. As silly as the plot is, you always make it so entertaining to us. And what you guys enjoy these silly little lore streams? I thought the concept would be interesting to do, but I wasn't sure how many people would be interested since it's kind of like, I don't know, kind of geeky, kind of like that, and I wasn't sure how many people would be interested in me doing something like this initially. So it makes me happy to know that you guys enjoyed this silly little, this silly little thing of mine. The summary pages are really good. Makes it easy to follow while you expand on the points. Yeah, I try to like make the summary like not have too much while still saying like the relevant stuff. Nice to speak. These geeky nerdy stuff is your area, is it? Every hero's is niche. I mean, yeah, like even though Fire Emblem is like not mainstream, but it's more well known than it used to be. I still feel Every Heroes is like the more niche side of Fire Emblem, since most people played more the mainline games than the mobile game. It's been really fun. I'm glad you did this, all because of me bringing up the FE hero story that one time as a joke. To think we've gotten so many peak streams out of it makes me really happy. Aw, thank you. It makes me happy to know that you guys like this silly, goofy little lore streams. Thanks for the story time, Chiaki. The whole story was cool, but the dream stuff was a mess, yeah. The dream stuff is definitely something. Remember the cinema or Triana and Plumeria were mourning over Freya when Leaf and the sea appeared to them. Leaf referred to Elf as the gods, yeah. Odin the elf with Earth. Happy. I think that's after the end there. That's chapter. That's probably the end. I like the ending teases the next book. Yeah. Oh, that sounds loud watching you geek out about things you enjoy. Do you really enjoy Every Heroes though? I like Fire Emblem. Fire Emblem is one of my favorite franchises. Even if I don't play Heroes anymore. I kind of got out of Heroes a while back. I pretty much got out of Heroes back on book 3. So pretty early on. But I still like looking back and see how it looks like from time to time. How this story has changed. Ready for the lore summary of the main series? I don't know. I don't know if I would do it from like mainline games. Cause like I feel like with Heroes people are more open to kind of like me telling the story, but I feel like with mainline games people might like be more wary of like not wanting spoilers on mainline games. I don't know. I feel like mainline games, I don't know how receptive people would be with me talking about the lore of a mainline game. To be fair, a mainline game would be easier to talk about the lore than Heroes. And do the lore summary. Just play Path of Radius, please. If you did like reading paragraphs of skill text. It's more like, rather than that, is where I don't like how Heroes has turned out. I feel like the power creep has gone in a bit too bad for my liking. I don't really like to be forced to like play with specific units just if I want to beat like stuff. That's just personally my thing. Not my thing. And also like how when you log in you get like 50 menus nowadays. Do run off all the games, even the Japanese exclusive ones if you can. Same, I want to use my silly little guys, not the meta ones. Yeah, I've never really been one to play by the meta. I just want to use the characters I like. Hey, that might be the worst part. The instant bombardment by menus and pop-ups whenever you open the game. Yeah. Nowadays, when you open Heroes, you get a bunch of pop-ups. Like, I remember recently, yes, I opened it and I got a bunch of pop-ups the moment I opened the game. And I got overwhelmed. I got overwhelmed and I was like, okay, no, I'm out of here. The style meta is the #1 rule of gacha. Oh god, uh-oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Oh no, I think stream is dying. Is stream dying for you guys? I see it stuttering. Yeah, I see it stuttering. Yeah, I see that is stuttering a bit. I was planning on ending anyway, so it should not be too bad. Okay, yeah, I see it stuttering. Man, yeah, I can't, it's stuttering a lot. I can't really do much.